Welcome back, everyone, to our audiobook presentation of Jesse Livermore, World's Greatest Stock Trader by Richard Smitten. In this book, we dive deep into the extraordinary life and trading genius of Jesse Livermore, a man who shaped Wall Street history and whose lessons remain timeless for traders today. Here's a brief outline of chapters 1 through 7. Chapter 1, The Great Bear of Wall Street, introduces Jesse Livermore's legendary reputation as both a market genius and the man feared by Wall Street. Chapter 2, The Backstory, traces his humble beginnings and early fascination with numbers, leading to his first trades. Chapter 3, The San Francisco Earthquake Rumbles in New York, shows how global events shaped market reactions and how Livermore turned chaos into opportunity. Chapter 4, The Crash of 1907, recounts one of Wall Street's most dramatic crashes and Livermore's critical role in it. Chapter 5, The Cotton King, highlights his bold move into commodities, including his near control of the cotton market. Chapter 6, Back on His Game. After setbacks, Livermore regains momentum and rebuilds his fortune. Chapter 7, Perfecting His Market Theory, explores how Livermore refined his trading strategies, laying the foundation for his enduring principles. Stay tuned as we bring these fascinating chapters to life, uncovering the triumphs, failures, and timeless wisdom of Jesse Livermore.
Preface: there is nothing more difficult to take in hand, more perilous to conduct, or more uncertain in its success than to take the lead in the introduction of a new order of things. Niccolo Machiavelli. When I was 13, my father told me about the greatest stock trader who ever lived, Jesse Livermore. I sat and listened as my father informed me that Livermore had set a new standard for the trading of stocks. Fascinated, I began reading about Livermore before I was 14. I did not know that 40 years later Livermore and I would have a date with destiny, or that I would devote more than a year of my life to investigating his life. I did not know that I would ultimately get to know him as well as anyone ever did get to know him. Livermore was a person of great secrecy, mystery, and silence. He strove to control his emotions and thereby overcome the human frailty of passions that we all suffer from. Above all, he wanted to beat the game, solve the puzzle, best the stock market. Many readers will be familiar with Jesse Livermore under the name Larry Livingston, from the best-selling book Reminiscences of a Stock Operator by Edwin Lefevre, a financial journalist. First published in 1923, Reminiscences of a Stock Operator is the fictionalized biography of Livermore. There is no question that Reminiscences is one of the best financial books ever written. Generations of traders, investors, and market watchers have turned to it for insight into the strategies of a great trader and for understanding of crowd psychology and market timing. After reading Reminiscences and Livermore's own book, How to Trade in Stocks, I realized that there was a lot more to Livermore's story. The published record revealed almost nothing about the real Jesse Livermore. I embarked on a 2-year journey that would take me into Livermore's world, both professional and personal. I was able to interview Paul Livermore, Jesse's surviving son, who spoke for the record for the first time about his father. I also spoke to Patricia Livermore, the wife of Jesse Livermore Jr. and close confidant of Dorothy Livermore, Livermore's second wife and the mother of his 2 children. Just like the famous financier J.P. Morgan, Livermore suffered from great bouts of depression throughout his life. In the period he lived, there were no remedies for this condition, and finally, in 1940, he ended his life by his own hand. Livermore was quiet and secretive, yet lived a very opulent and exciting life, moving in the highest social circles. He was personally blamed for the great crash of 1929 and received numerous death and kidnapping threats. He married a beautiful Ziegfeld Follies showgirl and fathered 2 children, one of whom would eventually be shot by his own mother. This book is a complete biography of Jesse Livermore, the man and the trader. It chronicles his life in fine detail and also reveals many new aspects of his groundbreaking trading techniques, which were revolutionary then and which remain revolutionary today. There are 4 simple themes to this book. First, human nature never changes. Therefore, the stock market never changes. Only the faces, the pockets, the suckers and the manipulators, the wars, the disasters, and the technologies change. The market itself never changes. How can it? Human nature never changes, and human nature runs the market, not reason, not economics, and certainly not logic. It is our human emotions that drive the market as they do most other things on this planet. Second, the achievement of material goals and career ambitions does not equal the achievement of happiness in life. There is no correlation between success and happiness. There is no automatic balance between worldly riches and emotional fulfillment. Third, it is our will that allows each of us to accomplish our goals, not our intellect. Talent is not enough. Luck is not enough. Only the will to suffer hard work and incredible persistence leads to the attainment of the impossible. There are no shortcuts, there is no easy way, especially as you'll find out in the stock market. Finally, it is the individual, not the group, that has led to the great discoveries of humanity. The great ideas, the great fortunes, and the giant steps forward in technology, politics, and medicine have all come from individuals, not groups. There are many ways to play the market, hundreds of theories, techniques, systems, and strategies. This book covers Livermore's approach. It reveals for the first time in one volume his secrets on how to successfully speculate and make money. A great deal of the research conducted on Livermore's life was based on interviews with his family, personal papers, newspaper accounts, and Livermore's own writings. Some poetic license was taken in recreating dialogue to paint a more vibrant picture of Jesse Livermore, the man, and his times. In certain parts of the book, I have replicated conversations as they were told to me by family members. And I think you will agree, after reading this book, that there never was another stock market speculator like Jesse Livermore. Chapter 1. The Great Bear of Wall Street, Chaos Has Come Again, Shakespeare, Othello. Early on the morning of Tuesday, October 29th, the canyons of Wall Street were thronged with thousands of excited thrill-seekers who had come to witness the anticipated carnage. Policemen on horseback and detectives in uniform attempted to keep the mob clear of the entrance to the New York Stock Exchange. But it was no use. Every time they succeeded in opening a pathway, the jostling crowd immediately closed ranks again. Inside, on the floor of the exchange, one could actually feel the tension and fear in the air as the hands of the clock crawled toward 1,000 and the opening gong. Less than a week earlier on Black Thursday, the stock market had suffered the most disastrous decline in its history, and the staggering plunge of prices on the following Monday afternoon had only increased the prevailing sense of panic. In brokers' rooms across the country, investors visited nervously and coughed and shifted their feet as they stood and stared in hypnotic fascination at the silent stock ticker, the mechanical courier that would soon deliver with cold indifference a verdict of survival or, more likely, utter ruin. William Clingammon, 1929, the year of the Great Crash. On that same morning at exactly 720, not 719 or 721, Jesse Livermore stood at the massive entrance to his 29-room mansion in Kings Point, Long Island, waiting to see the flying maidenhood ornament on his black Rolls-Royce. The chauffeur knew the drill. He had to enter the driveway at 7:20. Jesse Livermore was a precise man. A light gray fog wafted in from Long Island Sound. It accentuated the cold air, the change of seasons, and added an ominous feel to the air. As usual, the car rolled down the long circular drive at precisely 720 and stopped in front of Livermore. He nodded silently to the chauffeur, opened his own door, and slipped into the back seat, the newspapers folded under his arm. He placed them on the leather seats as he did every morning, the New York Times, the London Times, the Wall Street Journal. He glanced at the headlines again. They were basically all the same: stock markets plummet throughout the world. As the car made its way down the driveway, Livermore clicked on his reading lamp and pulled the side window curtains closed. He wanted to study the newspapers in dark silence. There were no surprises in these newspapers for him. In fact, he had been waiting for these very headlines for almost a year now. He had planned carefully for this day, and he had been patient. When the car crossed into Manhattan, the driver did not drop the window between them. Instead, he used the microphone. "Mr. Livermore, we've passed into Manhattan. You asked me to tell you." Livermore pushed open the thick black curtain and let the light of the sun stream into the darkness of the back of the limo. He thought about telling the chauffeur to drive down to Wall Street so he could see, could feel the atmosphere in the Wall Street canyons. But that might somehow affect the way he played it from here on out, affect his emotions, his objectivity. Was this the bottom? Was it just a pause in a steep decline? Would confidence in the market return and stop the free fall? Should he cover his short positions? His fortune would rest on the answers to these questions, and he had long ago realized that it was what people actually did in the stock market that counted, not what they said they were going to do. Some people might want to see the human chaos, feel the desperate financial pandemonium that occurred when the fear devil rose up and conquered the greed god that had appeared so strong and indestructible. But not Livermore. He wanted to stay untouched by these human reactions. He would be able to see everything clearly soon enough. He would listen to the quiet clicking verdict of the stock tickers in his office suite when the market opened for trading. He slid the black curtain back across the window and began to study the newspapers again in the darkness. He spoke without looking up. "Harry, we'll go straight to the office." Before the automated traffic light system was installed, a New York City police officer would sit in a booth and operate the lights. When the Livermore limousine approached, this officer would make sure the light was green so Livermore would have no interruptions on his journey from Kings Point to his office in Manhattan. Once a week, Harry the chauffeur would retrace the route, stopping at each traffic light booth. There he would pass out a cash gratuity to the police officer in charge for the officer's kind consideration in making sure the financier always had a green light when he passed. Livermore was a person who demanded precision. Livermore exited his car at 735th Avenue, the Heckscher building. He stepped into the private express elevator that stopped on the 18th floor, the penthouse. Livermore demanded a straight shot to his office. He chose not to speak with anyone if he could avoid it. There was no name on the door of Livermore's office suite. He opened it with his key and entered the small waiting room, an anteroom where Harry Edgar Dake sat during office hours. It was difficult to get past Dake, who stood 6'6", weighed 275 pounds, and was considered by the press to be pug ugly as well as not very friendly. At this hour, however, the office suite was empty. Livermore was always first. He opened the second door with a special key kept in a safe. Only he and Dake had the combination. Dake even supervised the cleaning people when they cleaned Livermore's offices. Many considered them the most palatial in New York City, with hand-carved arches, custom bookshelves, and walls paneled in beautiful mahogany and carved oak. Livermore had first seen this paneling in the library of an old English manor house. He had paid to have the paneling dismantled and shipped to New York, where it was reassembled in his offices. The office suite itself consisted of an anteroom, the trading room with its green chalkboard that covered the entire wall, along with the walkway for the boardmen, the conference room, and finally, Livermore's huge private office. The chalkboard was visible from all the rooms. Livermore usually employed a staff of 6 board men plus Dake. The primary job of his employees was to post stock quotes on the green chalkboards that stretched the length of the office area. Dake oversaw all activities in the office and did whatever else he was asked. The board men were sworn to secrecy and paid well. The rule in the offices was no talking during market hours. Livermore wanted no distractions while the market was open. The quotes had to be posted immediately and accurately. Millions were riding. There were several ticker tape machines in each room. The snaking tape was like the blood that flowed through his veins. It was life itself. He was never out of arm's reach of a stock ticker. There were tickers in the main rooms of all his homes, Lake Placid, Long Island, the Manhattan apartment, the suite of rooms in the Breakers Hotel in Palm Beach, even on his 300-foot yacht. Livermore read the numerous New York Times articles that he had saved from the recent editions. All the papers blamed him for the calamitous crash, personally blamed him for initiating the decline, the precipitous free fall which now seemed to have no bottom. But he believed that business, in his case, the stock market, was like war. In war, you died if you made a mistake. In the stock market, if you made a mistake, you could go broke very fast. One could die financially in a heartbeat. Livermore was a serious person, and on this day he planned to do some serious business. He was impeccably dressed, as he was every day, in a handmade suit from Savile Row in London. His shirts were the latest style, made of the finest Egyptian cotton, monogrammed on the cuff. His suit hung perfectly from his slim frame, his silk tie subtly striped to blend in with it. His blonde hair was combed back, parted on the left side. He used pince-nez glasses which were perched on his nose. He wore a vest with a gold chain that spanned the pockets. On one end of the chain hung a thin gold pencil, on the other, a small golden penknife. He often fidgeted with the pen or the knife, spinning one or the other while he was talking. He was the most famous bear on Wall Street, a trader who was as likely to sell short as to buy long. He didn't care. He knew that stocks went down as often as they went up, but when they declined, they did it twice as fast as when they went up, and that was what was going on today. He had a line out at the present time of over 1 million shares, well over $100 million. It had been placed months ago, slowly, secretly, and silently, using more than 100 stockbrokers so nobody could tell what he was doing. He was short the market. He had sold stock that he would later supply at a much lower price. He was living up to his reputation as the great bear of Wall Street. Today, he was like a lone wolf stalking the Arctic tundra, looking for prey, and looking out for other predators that might kill him. There were plenty of Wall Street players he knew who could do just that, end his financial life with one deadly hammering blow. He picked up one of the New York Times articles he had saved from October 20 and read the headline, "Stocks driven down in wave of selling." He was careful not to gloat. There was no one who knew better than Livermore how fast things could change in the stock market. He read on. In the 2 hours in which trading was limited on the New York Stock Exchange, active issues passed through one of the wildest breaks in history. Final quotations revealed net losses ranging from 5 to 20 points, and the aggregate depreciation in open market values was estimated at $1 billion, $1 billion or more. The total turnover was 3,488,100 shares, which represented the second heaviest volume for a Saturday since the stock exchange was established. During the first half hour, trading took place at a rate of more than 8,500,000 shares for a full 5-hour day. The stock market community did not know until an hour and 23 minutes after the 12 o'clock closing gong what the final prices were. So late was the overburdened ticker. Pivotal stocks hit. One of the stories which gained wide circulation wherever stock market tickers clicked yesterday was that Jesse L. Livermore, formerly one of the country's biggest speculators, is the leader of the bear clique that has been hammering away at the market for weeks, and that the particular weakness which developed in high-priced and pivotal stocks was to be attributed, in part at least, to his activities. Arthur W. Cutton of Chicago, the recognized leader of the Bull Party, watched the ticker from his hotel in Atlantic City yesterday and told close friends that nothing has developed to change his opinion about the market, that good stocks would eventually sell higher. Reports of a struggle between Livermore and Cutton for stock market supremacy, which have circulated widely in Wall Street for the last 3 or 4 days, were discredited. Livermore is presumed to be heavily short of leading stocks and Cutton heavily long of the same group of issues. The ascendancy of Livermore to the position he once held as the country's leading market operator on the bear side, after several years of eclipse, is one of the most interesting developments in the market. The short selling, which it was generally agreed was the principal factor in today's decline, served to induce further liquidation of stocks, and the cumulative effect was reflected in a demoralized market in certain issues. It was plain that the market was receiving no organized support. Stocks which ordinarily have powerful backing were allowed to shift for themselves. With stocks driving higher during the last few months following each downward reaction, the situation was ready-made for Livermore. The street stories are that he went short of a large line of issues such as United States Steel, Montgomery Ward, Simmons Co., General Electric, American and Foreign Power, and half a dozen other of the market's pivotal issues. He then initiated his familiar hammering tactics under which the market first faltered, then broke. Cutton, the Fishers, Durant and others of the group known in Wall Street as the Big Ten were large holders of these particular stocks and have seen their plans and pools wrecked by what were natural economic developments, coupled with much shrewd short selling. One of the tales started and circulated in the financial district yesterday was that Livermore had the backing in a bear campaign of Walter P. Chrysler, who was said to be piqued because he suspected that the Chicago-Detroit group had hammered at Chrysler Motors in the market, driving it down below 55 from its high of 135 this year. The outstanding bear leader appears to be Livermore, who has regained a tremendous fortune through adroit short selling and who, temporarily at least, is regarded as being exactly right on this market. Cutton, who started as a grain trader, has amassed an estimated $100 million or more in the stock market during the last 3 years of bull markets. Cutton is the leader of the bull faction and is temporarily at least regarded as wrong on the market. Mr. Cutton was in New York and watched the market from the office of the head of the stock exchange. His expressed opinion to friends is that much of the selling had been hysterical and that he believes good stocks should be held for higher prices. He has not changed his formerly stated position about the long-distance outlook. Neither has he made any statement about the market for publication. Naturally, they have nothing to say about their market positions at the moment or what they have been doing in recent days. The Times article had more to tell. Jesse L. Livermore, who has been in eclipse, so far as stock market operations are concerned, for several years, has made a smashing comeback, if Wall Street reports are true. The comeback of Mr. Livermore as one of the foremost market players is another Wall Street wonder. As a boy, he was a board marker in Boston brokerage houses, where he developed such skill at tape reading that, despite limited capital, he was barred from every bucket shop in Boston and New York. This gave him the nickname that has stuck to him through later years of the boy plunger. Coming to New York and playing the markets skillfully after long series of ups and downs, he struck an extended winning streak and made a fortune of many millions. It is reported that in the current bull market, he decided that stocks were too high and guessed wrong. The continued advances of such issues as General Motors, Steel, General Electric, and others is said to have taken back a large part of his fortune. He was short of them all and covered time and time again. It was reported in the financial district that he was down to his large irrevocable annuities, of which he has several for himself and his family, acquired during years of earlier prosperity. Arthur Cutton, Livermore's rival, might be mistaken for a country storekeeper. He cares nothing for conventions, appearances, or customs. Shy, quiet, and unassuming, he has many times sat back in the corner of a Pullman smoking room and heard casual travelers discussing his stock market feats without disclosing his identity. When not attending to his businesses, he is a gentleman farmer on his estate near Chicago. On the other hand, Livermore is the fastidious, well-dressed man of the city. Slight and blond, and he wears his dark clothes well, rides in Rolls-Royce cars, maintains a retinue of servants, half a dozen places of residence, and probably the most luxurious offices in New York located atop the Heckscher Building. Temperamentally, the two are entirely unlike. Cutton is calm, slow of speech, and not at all impetuous. Livermore is quick, nervous, and excitable, given to superstitions, but willing to bet his last nickel if he thinks he is right. Livermore has been down not once but half a dozen times. Cutton, at least in the last years, has typified the bull market. The markets of the next month or so are likely to prove wildly exciting affairs because of the direct pull and haul against each other of a wide variety of economic factors, all of them powerful. It is now pretty certain that when stocks go up, Mr. Cutton will be there helping them along. It is equally certain that when they decline, Mr. Livermore will be in the market hammering away. There is, however, no personal battle between them. "Humph, it's never personal," uttered Livermore as he finished the article and placed it on his desk. He and Cutton had often been trading adversaries for years now, ever since they had been young men buying and selling commodities in the Chicago grain pits. The phone rang, and Livermore signaled to his assistant Dake, who had just arrived, that he would answer. "Hello, this Jesse Livermore, speaking." "You bastard, Livermore, this is your doing and you are going to pay. I'm broke thanks to you. No, I'm more than broke. I owe my broker thousands of dollars of margin money, but I still got my gun. I'm headed down there to blow your brains out. Next time you answer your door, I'll be standing there, and the next thing you know you'll be walking through the gates of hell, which is where you deserve to be you." Livermore slammed the phone down. It all sprang from these articles, picked up by every paper in the United States, blaming him for the crash. But it wasn't him. He wasn't that powerful. No one was, not even the men from the great house of Morgan. But that wouldn't stop the public from thinking he had triggered the crash and was driving it down by selling. He had called the Times and given them an interview explaining that he was not to blame, but it had not worked. No matter what, it seemed people wanted to blame him, maybe just so they could have someone to call on the phone and threaten. He reread the headline of the interview he had given that appeared in the October 22, 1929 edition of the Times. Livermore not in bear pool. He read on. Jesse L. Livermore, who has been widely reported in Wall Street to have been heavily short of the market on the present break, and to be the leader of a bear pool, denied yesterday any connection with such a pool. Mr. Livermore's statement, issued from his offices at 735th Avenue, follows. In connection with the various reports, which have been industriously spread during the last few days through the newspapers and various brokerage houses, to the effect that a large bear pool has been formed, headed by myself, and financed by various well-known capitalists. I wish to state that there is no truth whatever in any such rumors as far as I'm concerned, and I know of no such combination having been formed by others. What little business I do in the stock market has only been as an individual, and will continue to be done on such a basis. It is very foolish to think that any individual or combination of individuals could artificially bring about a decline in the stock market in a country so large and so prosperous as the United States. What has happened during the last few weeks is the inevitable result of a long period of continuous, rank manipulation of many stock issues causing their prices to rise many times above their actual worth, based on real earnings and yield returns. The men who are responsible for bringing about these fictitious prices are the same men who are directly responsible for what is happening in the stock market today. It is unfortunate for the general public when such a condition arises that real sound investment issues have to suffer along with the readjustment of issues of least merit. If anyone will take the trouble to analyze the selling prices of different stocks, as for instance, United States Steel, which is selling around 8 to 10 times its current earnings, many other issues must look, and have looked for a long time, as selling at ridiculously high prices. The Federal Reserve Board, through its various warnings, and many expressions from very high banking authorities, could not stop the market from going up. So it must be plain and seem utterly ridiculous for any sane person to presume that one lone individual could have any material effect on the course of the prices of securities. Fools, Livermore mumbled on finishing the interview. Fools, to think I could have brought an entire market to its knees. Impossible. Perhaps he was part of the trigger mechanism, but it was a pregnant situation. Wild speculation always brought the market to its knees. He had been trading for 35 years, since he was 14 years old. He had made and lost millions of dollars. In 1929, he was at the height of his power, and he knew this was another moment of euphoria. Livermore pondered the situation carefully. The threatening phone calls had shaken him. He was well aware of the deep psychological wounds that a loss in financial fortune could cause. He had been through it himself many times in his career. He would have to make another statement, and quickly. His family could also be in jeopardy. They had been threatened before. He waited quietly by the stock ticker that sat on top of his massive desk. The mahogany desk was clean except for the brass base ticker, a single pad of paper, a pencil, and a matching pair of mahogany in and out boxes. By now, the office was fully staffed. 6 markers were up on the boards, wearing alpaca jackets so they would not smear the chalk symbols. Each board marker wore earphones and had a mouthpiece. They were connected directly to the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Each had a domain of stocks or commodities to administer. The ticker began to click, spitting out a strip of paper like a white snakeskin with perforated scales, the symbols of most of the companies in the United States. These stock symbols represented much of the wealth of the country. For Livermore, reading the ticker tape was like reading the newspaper. He knew all the symbols by heart, and he had an exceptional mathematical brain that could remember all the quotes, just as a good bridge player can remember all the cards that have been played. To be doubly sure, he watched his board crew as the markers began to move under Dacre's supervision, filling the length of the chalkboard with trades. Today, he paid particular attention to his stock holdings. Livermore could look up at the board and instantly calculate to the dollar where his overall portfolio stood. There was silence in the office aside from the sounds of the tickers and the chalk on the boards. There was always silence in the Livermore trading room when the market was open. There was no need for idle chatter when the market was open, and all the board men knew it. Today, Livermore's total profits plus equity were pushing $100 million. This did not change his expression. The main office phone rang again. He motioned for Dake not to answer the call. He did not want to be bothered by another threatening call now that the market was open. The calls broke his concentration. He had nothing to say to anyone, and he did not want to hear from anyone. With the market open, he was like a wolf on the prowl. He could only concentrate on what he was doing. Every 1% move up or down in his portfolio meant he made or lost $1 million. The slightest loss of attention could cost him millions of dollars. It was exactly the way he loved to trade. Every fiber of his being was alive. Nothing else existed but the tape. The tape would tell him everything if he was smart enough to read it, find the hidden clues, and act on them. He was fighting the two great emotions of the stock market, fear and greed. He had a huge bet on the table. That night he went home to Kings Point and found his wife, Dorothy, and two sons, Paul and Jesse Jr., gone. The paintings had been taken down, some of the Persian rugs were gone, and the silver had disappeared. He went up to the safe on the second floor where Dorothy kept her jewels, a fabulous collection, mostly from Harry Winston and Van Cleef and Arpels. All gone. He went into the kitchen and found the 4 cooks and 2 butlers working, preparing dinner for the family. "Where are Mrs. Livermore and the boys?" he asked. "They have moved into the chauffeur's apartment, sir," the main butler answered. "We have all heard about the great crash. We are very sorry, Mr. Livermore." Livermore stared at them for a few seconds, expressionless, and walked to the apartments above the car stables. There were 2 chauffeurs, one for Dorothy, or Mousie, as he called her, and one for himself, or JL, as he liked to be called. The car stables were attached to the great stone mansion. He walked into the living room of the apartment, stepping over the rolled-up carpets and around the priceless works of art and antique furniture. Dorothy sat on the couch with the 2 boys. They were fully dressed in their best clothes. "Mousie, what's going on? What are you doing?" "We heard." "I'm very sorry, JL," she replied. "What are you talking about?" "We heard that everybody has gone broke in the crash. It has been on the radio all day. Men jumping out of windows, shooting themselves in their offices, disappearing. Some of my girlfriends called." "I'm so sorry, JL." He looked at her. Long seconds passed. She was beautiful, sitting there with the 2 handsome boys, one on each side, her jewelry in a special leather case next to her. She was his opposite, effusive, full of life, funny, instinctive. A true social animal who was at her best in the middle of a crowd of people. She would blurt out whatever was on her mind. She was a great natural comedian, and the best part was that she did not make jokes on purpose. In fact, she was often confused as to why people were laughing. He looked down at the jewelry case. He had gone to her several times in his worst moments, his worst defeats in the market. He had taken that case to Harry Winston more than once when he was broke and needed a stake. The jewels, worth close to $4 million, were always good for $1 million in cash from Harry, a stake to start up again. When he went back to retrieve the jewels after he was on his feet, he always took care of Harry with a wad of cash. "Mousie, you and the boys come back to the main house for dinner. Bring the jewelry case." "Oh, JL, you need them again." "No, today was the best day I ever had in the market. I closed out half my holdings. We're going to be fine. I certainly won't be needing those jewels. Now, you and the boys come along." He turned and walked out, a smile on his face. What a day. She never failed to surprise him to make him smile. They were having personal problems, mostly his fault due to the other women. Nevertheless, he hoped they would make it. He knew that if they divorced, he would miss her very much. His eyes misted as he thought of their love. Then he shook his head to rid himself of those thoughts. He would enjoy her and the boys while they were still with him. Who knew what the future held? The threatening phone calls stayed with him. More came in as the days passed. He needed to ward off these threats. He rang up the New York Times again, a newspaper that was always ready to quote the secretive Jesse Livermore. The headline of the November 13 edition read, "Livermore now a bull, announces that stocks are too far down and some are sound bargains." He read on. Jesse L. Livermore, who for many weeks past has been enlisted on the bear side of the market and is credited with having sold short more stocks in this plummeting market than any other single individual, announced to the New York Times last night his conviction that the leading stocks had been driven down too far. Although Mr. Livermore made no statement as to his own positions, his statement left the presumption that he has covered his shorts and again is on the buying side of the market. Leading stocks with good dividend records and a certain future are on the bargain counter right now, declared Mr. Livermore. Many of them have been driven down too far. People throughout the country have become panic-stricken and have thrown their sound securities over without regard to values. To my mind, this situation should go no further. There is no reason why first-class securities should be ruthlessly thrown into the market in such fashion as we have seen in the last few trading days. We have seen within the last few days large blocks of these securities thrown on the open market by sellers, many of whom had no other reason than they had been gripped by fear. But the calls kept coming anyway. "Livermore, you dirty liar. I know how smart you are. You say you are on the positive side of the market while you beat the prices down into oblivion. I'm coming for you. I hope you never get another good night's sleep, you miserable bastard. And I'm coming for you. What do I have to lose? I lost everything in the market, thanks to you and your rotten friends. You think you can crush the little man, destroy my family and me with your illegal operation. You are a dead man, you just don't know it. My family suffered, now your family is going to suffer. And I lost my house today, Mr. Livermore. What do you think about that? My house that I spent 23 years paying off. They evicted me today. I'm out on the street like a bum with my wife and 4 kids. You did it and you're going to pay for it." Non-stop the threats poured in over the phone, in letters, even in hand-delivered telegrams. By December 21, 1929, Jesse Livermore had had enough. He hired his old friend Frank Gorman, a former Nassau County police officer, as a precaution. Gorman and Livermore were old friends by 1929. Livermore had used him several times in the past when things had gotten hairy. The last time, he had employed Gorman to protect him from Boston Billy Monahan, a notorious thief who had robbed Livermore's mansion, been caught, and sworn revenge. Gorman immediately moved into the Kings Point mansion. He accompanied the boys to school every day and became Dorothy's shadow. Livermore maintained his routine, going into the office every day and watching the tape, making his moves. One afternoon, Livermore walked to the window and pulled open the drapes. The view took in the bustling metropolis that was New York City in the early days of 1930. As the ticker tape slid unattended between his fingers, carrying its endless quotations, all negative, like casualty lists from a battlefield, he looked out. He wondered how his life had come to this point, and he wondered why he was not happier. After all, these had been the days of his greatest financial success. Chapter 2, The Backstory. The childhood shows the man as morning shows the day. John Milton. Jesse Livermore was born on July 26, 1877 in Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. His parents were Laura and Hiram Livermore. Livermore's father was a poor farmer who tried to plow a living out of the unforgiving New England soil. Hiram Livermore lost his first farm early in Jesse's life, and the family moved to Paxton, Massachusetts, to live with Jesse's grandfather. Hiram eventually saved enough money to buy some farm property in South Acton. Livermore quickly learned what it was like to farm the rock-filled fields of New England. Picking up large rocks the plow brought up was his first job. Scraping out a living on a small patch of land in Massachusetts was tough, back-breaking work that yielded small rewards in turn of the century America. As a boy, Livermore was slender, slight, and often sick. This led to a lot of reading, especially of the few newspapers and magazines that he could get his hands on. He devoured any available books and escaped into the theater of the mind that they opened for him. He was imaginative and intelligent, able to use deductive reasoning to arrive at logical conclusions. It did not take him long to conclude that his boyhood dreams of success and adventure could not be built out of punishing New England farm life. Livermore's father was a distant, reserved man who did not show affection easily. He ruled the household with a hard-edged, no-nonsense attitude toward life. Livermore's mother was the opposite, loving and gentle, with plenty of time for her gifted boy. At school, Livermore excelled in mathematics. He could finish equations in his head and just give the answers or find an alternative way to solve the problems given to the class. Once, he challenged a teacher to a race to solve a complex math problem. He won. He was quickly promoted in math and given more advanced courses to satisfy his yearning to learn more. Mathematics was his friend. It came easily to him. He did 3 years' worth of arithmetic schoolwork in only 1 year. He could keep multitudes of numbers in his head, forming patterns. The numbers always yielded to his computer-like brain. When Livermore was 13, his father explained that education was unnecessary, useless for a simple farmer's life. At the age of 14, Livermore's father yanked him out of school and handed him overalls. His father explained that he was going to be a full-time farmer and was obliged to contribute to the family welfare. But Livermore was smarter. He appeared to comply with his father's wishes, but he actually conspired with his mother to escape. Within weeks, with $5 supplied by his mother in his pocket, he sneaked off the farm and hailed a wagon on the road headed for Boston. He knew it was the right thing to do. He needed to set out into the world and make his fortune. While he had no specific plan, he knew he was moving in the right direction. He was still only 14 when he reached Boston and with it, the adult world, but his life patterns were already programmed, burned into his brain. He realized the value of hard work. He had the taciturn, quiet strength and determination of so many New Englanders, people who were used to dealing with hard, unyielding soil, unforgiving weather and financial maelstroms. His image of men was based on his father, silent, hard-working, stubborn, distant, unemotional, determined, non-communicative and supreme dictators of the household. His image of women was based on his mother and the few girls that he had met at school, gentle, nurturing, intelligent, emotional, and loving. He also knew that women seemed to like him, and they were always good to him. He realized, even at 14, that success, wealth, and fame could come directly from working with the brain, not the body. He also realized that it was action that counted, not talk. This he had learned from his father. But it was his mother who had given him the meager finances he needed to break for Boston and a new life. He would repay her with great interest, just as soon as he could. Paying one's debts was already ingrained in him, and it is something he did all his life, no matter how long it took. When Livermore entered Boston at the ripe old age of 14, his life was just beginning, but he would never forget the lessons he had already learned in his youth. Now, however, he needed to concentrate on his future. He confined his mother and father to a compartment of his brain, then locked that compartment tight. He could stand no distractions if he was to succeed. This ability to park his emotions, to compartmentalize, came naturally to him. He could function no matter what the condition of his emotional life. He fought all his life to keep his business and personal lives completely separate, and he almost succeeded. At 14, he was blond, blue-eyed, slender and intelligent with a quick flashing smile of perfect white teeth. His confidence was rock solid. He slipped off the wagon in Boston and stood outside the Payne-Weber offices for a moment, taking them in, before entering. He watched as the customers came and went. The stock tickers clicked and spit endless white trails of paper tape. The board boys moved up and down the room-length green chalkboard, like dancers on the stage. They posted stock prices as fast as the stock caller, often a customer sitting in the gallery watching the tape, could yell the current quotes at them. The customers sat in chairs against the walls, frantically watching the chalkboard, occasionally rising to go to their brokers as though they were placing bets in a horse room. Livermore inhaled all the action, the clicking of the tickers, the clatter of chalk on the boards and people talking loudly, excitedly. All the movement and action thrilled him. His fingers tentatively touched the glass globe of the stock ticker. It was both warm and cool to his hand. It was like a crystal ball, except if you could read its fortune you would be as rich as Croesus, the richest man in the world. He watched. People were getting rich every second based on what that impersonal tape said. He did not think about losing. The office smelled good to him, heady, with its aroma of wood, chalk, paper and ink, of human excitement and energy, coffee brewing, and food being eaten at desks. He liked the juice, the excitement, from the second he walked into the Boston office of Payne Weber. He was already a long way from the farm. He was wearing a suit that was slightly too big for him. His mother had bought it large so he could grow into it. He found the manager, took a deep breath and tapped him on the shoulder. The manager was a man in his late 40s. He looked at Livermore and saw a farm lad, a country bumpkin. "What do you want, kid?" he asked, looking him over. "A job. You any good with numbers?" "Yes. See them kids up on the walkway postin' the numbers?" "Yes." "Well, we're short one chalkboard boy, a no-show." He studied Livermore. "You a no-show kinda kid, you gonna let me down?" "No, sir, I'll show." "All right," he smiled. "I'll give you a shot, kid. I started that way myself, a chalkboard boy." "Yes, sir," Livermore answered. "And look at me now, 25 years later, I'm the boss around here. Don't you ever forget that this is America, kid, where anybody can do anything they set their mind to. Now, I can't stand here blabbering with you all day. I gotta make some money. You want the job?" "Yes, sir." "All right. Take off your big brother's jacket, kid, and get up there on the walkway." "I don't have a big brother." "I don't care whether you do or you don't. I was only ribbing you, kid, 'cause your jacket's so big. Get up there now. Ain't you ever been ribbed?" The manager watched as young Livermore shed his coat and climbed the ladder to the walkway. He was immediately handed a piece of chalk by one of the other boys. "Here, kid, take this." The boy also handed him an alpaca office coat. "Kid, you call me a kid, you're only a kid yourself." Livermore said, "Not up here on this walkway, I ain't no kid. I've been doing this for 4 years." He smiled. "Hey, kid," the manager yelled at Livermore. "Yes," Livermore answered, fearful that he had already changed his mind about the job. "You never asked me about the pay." "What's the pay?" Livermore answered. $6 a week, the manager replied. "And kid, don't do that again, always negotiate. Don't just take what the guy offers you. I might have went to $7. I gave you a clue. I told you I was short a boy. You gotta take it when you can in this world. Negotiate." "Yes, sir." The manager winked at him and went back to work. Livermore had been in Boston for less than an hour. He had gotten a job and a free lesson in negotiating, and he had already decided to buy himself a suit that fit. He did not like being insulted about the way he dressed. Livermore found himself a room with board near the Payne Weber offices. He was up at the crack of dawn every day and was always the first one to the offices, often waiting for the manager to arrive with the office key. He loved everything about his job. Being a chalkboard boy was like going to stock market college. He was privy to everything in the office. In the beginning, it was all Greek to him, but every day something new was revealed, and he knew that if he could someday break the code and develop a system of trading, he would be rich. Young Livermore had access to everything, talk from the brokers, from customers with tips, and from customers who played the tout sheet tacked to the bulletin board every morning. Creative theories on trading were explained to him in the dull times, on his breaks, and at lunch. The office was consumed with one thing, making money from the actions of the stock market. Everyone there was a player. Livermore and the other kids were an important part of it. They were moving up and down the walkway, posting the actual trades on the chalkboard. The action on the board would become one of the keys to his later success. He quickly learned that it was never what the brokers, or the customers, or the newspapers said. The only thing that was important was what the tape said. He also observed that the tape's pronouncements very rarely matched what the brokers or the customers had predicted. The tape had a life of its own, and it was the most important life. Its verdict was final. He loved the actual physical job of writing the quotes on the chalkboard, because he had a photographic memory when it came to numbers. His memory for numbers was perfect. The yelling of the quotes from the ticker could not come quick enough for Livermore. He never fell behind in posting the quotes, no matter how fast they came. They racked up in his brain like stacked cordwood. Eventually, he started to see repeating patterns come alive in the numbers. At night, alone in his room, he would write out the numbers for several issues from memory. He started keeping a numerical diary, and certain recurring numerical patterns emerged. He noticed that the numbers moved in consistent waves, often in smooth, repeating trends. When the price of a stock started to go upward or downward, it usually remained in that trend until some pressure caused it to reverse. The clues to this action were often in the numerical patterns. Stocks act in line with the laws of physics, he thought. A body in motion tends to stay in motion until a force or obstacle stops or changes that motion. He kept logs tracking the stocks for longer periods, and then he had another revelation. There were patterns within the patterns, and even larger patterns emerged. He kept the diary in secret and discussed his observations with no one. He was secretive by nature. He had ultimate confidence in his mathematical ability, even at the age of 14. Besides, he was too busy posting the numbers and watching the action of the market on the chalkboard to engage in idle chatter during business hours. Because he was working the chalkboard, listening for the shouted quotes, erasing prices, writing in new numbers hundreds of times a day, thousands of times a week, he learned to be interested only in the change in price, not the reason for the change. He had no time to waste trying to rationalize the action of the stock. There could be a million reasons why the price had changed. These reasons would be revealed later, after the fact. But by the time these reasons were understood, the change would already be a historical event, and it would be too late to make any money. His notebook was neat, well-written, and precisely accurate. At 15, he began to look for repeating patterns, searching for a system, trying to identify natural mathematical laws that were operating within the market. He had also observed that the majority of the people in the office lost money. These people seemed to be acting randomly. They had no plan, no consistent, reasoned approach to the market. They were just gambling, just like at the track, just playing hunches. One day they would play the favorites, the next day the long shots or the jockeys, or they would buy a tout sheet and play the recommendations of the tipster, random action stock picking. These were heady days for Livermore. He was loving every minute of his life in the markets, and he was getting paid for it. After 6 months of doing his job every day, eventually making a series of paper bets in his notebook and keeping track of them, he was still missing a crucial part of the equation, and he knew it. He had yet to buy his first stock. He knew that unless he actually purchased a stock, he could never know how he would handle himself. Like a gambler who has never made a wager, it was only talk and speculation until he slapped his money down. When a trader made a bet, everything changed, and he knew it. Then and only then did the trader enter the heated jungle of emotions. He knew that he would always have his intellect under control, and it was a strong one. What he did not know was whether he could control his emotions. He had watched the customers at the Payne-Weber office, and he knew it would be his emotions that would make or break him, particularly greed and fear, the two devil emotions of the market. You either controlled them or they controlled you. The time had come for Livermore to buy a stock, but he had very little money. Where could he buy a stock cheaply? Livermore would later marry and have 2 sons, Jesse Jr. and Paul. He recounted to them on many occasions where he found cheap stocks, the bucket shops. Nov 6, 1928, in a darkened hospital room at the edge of Hell's Kitchen on the west side of Manhattan, the king of easy money lay dying. Through the shadows that drifted slowly across his mind, he could hear a weary voice repeating the same question again and again. "Who did it, Mr. Rothstein?" The voice asked in a disinterested, mechanical way. "Who shot you?" But Rothstein would not tell. His only response was to slowly turn his face to the wall and whisper, "If I live, I'll tend to it." Then he closed his eyes and faded away. William Clingammon, 1929, the year of the Great Crash. Arnold Rothstein, known in underworld circles as the Brain, was a genius with money. He started out as a gambler, but after a fantastic string of successes, he became an underworld king and lived like it. He was accused of many crimes, among them fixing the 1919 Black Sox World Series. His fortune was vast. His financial tentacles reached into every vein of American vice. Among Rothstein's many holdings were most of the bucket shops in the major cities of the United States. A bucket shop looked like a broker's office. It had a gallery for the customers, a chalkboard to record the stock quotes, and an active stock ticker spewing out the daily trades on an almost instantaneous basis. But it was more like a horse betting parlor than a true broker's office. At a bucket shop, traders could play the market on 10% margin. In other words, traders needed to have only 10% of the price of the stock they wanted to buy. The rules were simple: put up 10% and make a bet by buying a stock. A ticket with the buy number would immediately be printed and given to the purchaser. This ticket would indicate the time, the price paid for the stock purchased, and the number of shares purchased. The purchaser would watch the quotes, and as soon as the stock lost 10% of its value, the shop moved in and quickly swept away the money. Conversely, if the stock price went up and the trader won, the trader went up to a clerk who marked the ticket stub with the price of the last trade on the stock ticker. Then the trader went to the cage window to collect the money. It was a sucker's play. The house won 95% of the time. Most important for the functioning of the bucket shop, the money spent to buy the stock was never sent to the floor of the exchange. It was simply booked by the bucket shop. The bucket shop would hold the bet, like a bookie. Bucket shop action was quick and fierce. Traders could buy as few as 5 shares or as many as the house could cover, thousands of dollars worth. Because Livermore had no capital, no stake, it was inevitable that he would enter the bucket shops, a world controlled by the crime bosses. It was only a matter of when and how. In 1892, when Livermore was 15 years old, his friend Billy, another board crew kid, approached him. "Jesse, you got any money? I'm eating my lunch." "Never mind your lunch, you got any money?" "Why?" "I got a tip on steel, I need somebody to go in with me." "How you gonna play it, Billy?" Livermore asked. "Bucket shop. I'll run over and make the play during lunch." "How much you need?" "I need $5. I want to buy 5 shares of U.S. Steel. It's selling at $10. "Just a minute." Livermore reached into his pocket and pulled out his notepad. "What's with the notepad?" Billy asked. "I'm reading my horoscope for today," Livermore answered. He checked the history of the trading figures on U.S. Steel in his notepad. The numbers were moving in the same pattern as they usually moved before the stock went up. He was satisfied they had a good chance. "Okay." He handed his friend the money. 2 days later, he smiled as he pocketed his winnings, a pure profit of more than $3. Livermore was in the game. He was finally a player. Livermore started to visit the bucket shops on his own, always checking his notepad for the exact price quotes of the stocks he followed, looking for patterns. He had developed a system and he stuck to it. He played both sides of the market, going long if his numbers told him to do so, or jumping on the short side if his numbers pointed to the downside. It made no difference to him. Soon he was making more money at the shops than he was at his job. So he quit and played the market in the Boston bucket shops full time. Before he was 16, he had well over $1,000 in cash. He went home for a visit. His mother was ecstatic to have her son home. His father just shook his head in wonderment. How could a boy of 16 legally lay his hands on over $1,000 in cash? Livermore gave half his winnings to his parents, paying back his mother. He returned to Boston with a line of over $750 and continued with what would be his life's work. He worked alone, never telling anyone what he was doing, never taking on a partner, never borrowing money. He moved from bucket shop to bucket shop so as not to draw attention to himself. This lone wolf strategy served him well, and it fit his personality. He would act this way all his life, buying alone and in secret, selling alone and in secret, telling no one. His true thrill came from being right, using his brain to win, not his brawn, not his connections, not his powers of persuasion, just using pure brain power to figure out what few men could figure out, how to make money in the stock market. The thrill came from the winning, not the money, though the money was nice. The money always came if his judgment was right. It was at this young age that Livermore earned the nickname Boy Plunger, based on his youthful looks and large bucket shop bets. Just as a gambler who was a consistent winner would be barred from a casino, Livermore was finally barred from the bucket shops of Boston after his winnings had piled up. All the bucket shop proprietors knew who the Boy Plunger was and what he looked like. He tried changing his name and wearing disguises, but they quickly saw through the deception. He tried a new strategy, losing at first and then making a big move at the end of his play. This worked only for a brief time, always ending in being told to get out and take his business elsewhere. Livermore was killing the bucket shops. At first they had thought he was just a kid, what could he know? But soon the bucket shop managers found out exactly how much he did know, right in their cash boxes. The supreme boss in most cases was Arnold Rothstein, and he kept a close eye on his businesses. The managers had their own skins to look out for. Livermore, now banned from the bucket shops in Boston, took his theories, his system, and his stock-buying principles to the great city of New York in hopes of playing the bucket shops there. Unfortunately for Livermore, the New York Stock Exchange and the police had successfully shut down all the New York bucket shops, so Livermore would have to find new hunting grounds. He figured that the same principles, the same system, would work in the major brokerage houses. He was sure his theories would hold up. He was wrong. He arrived in Manhattan with $2,500. His Boston bucket shop stake had, at times, been over $10,000, but he had suffered a few reversals before leaving Boston for New York. These reversals bothered Livermore, so he analyzed what had happened. He never blamed the market. It was illogical to get angry at an inanimate object, like a gambler getting mad at a deck of cards. He always wanted to learn from his mistakes and thereby profit from those mistakes. There was no arguing with the tape. The tape was always right. It was the players who were wrong. He reviewed his bad trades, and the conclusions became clear to him. His first conclusion was that he won when all the factors were in his favor, when he was patient and waited for all the ducks to line up in a row. That led him to his second conclusion, that no one could or should trade the market all the time. There were times when a trader should be out of the market in cash, waiting. Years later, his friend Bernard Baruch would reaffirm this early conclusion. Baruch would occasionally say, "JL, I think it's time to go grouse shooting." Baruch would then sell out all his positions and go to the famed Hobcaw Barony, his 17,000-acre plantation in South Carolina. Its sandy beaches and salt marshes once offered the finest duck hunting in the United States, and no telephone. Livermore, 20 years old, was in New York with some cash in his pocket, but without access to a bucket shop. So he entered the game on the big board, the New York Stock Exchange. He settled on working out of the offices of E.F. Hutton. The people at Hutton liked him, and his winning bucket shop reputation preceded him. On respectable Wall Street, his nickname was transformed from Boy Plunger to Boy Trader. With so small a stake, he could hardly expect to be a plunger among the big players. At first he did well and ran up some good commissions for the brokers, but he eventually went broke. It took 6 months of hard work for him to bust out. Ultimately, he actually wound up on the wrong side of the ledger. He owed the broker money. Disgusted with himself, he went to see E.F. Hutton one evening after the market closed. "I need a loan, Ed," he said. "How much?" Hutton asked. $1,000. I'll just give you a credit in your account for $1,000. No, I want a loan. Why? I can't beat Wall Street right now. I'm going back to the bucket shops. I need a stake, then I'll be back. I don't get it, Hutton said. You can beat the bucket shops, but you can't beat Wall Street. How's that? First off, when I buy or sell a stock in a bucket shop, I do it off the tape. When I do it with your firm, it's ancient history by the time my order hits the floor. If I buy it at, say, 105, and the order gets filled at 107 or 108, I've lost the comfort margin and most of my play. In the bucket shop, if I buy it off the tape, I immediately get the 105. The same is true when I want to sell short, especially on an active stock where the trading is heavy. In the bucket shop, I put my sell order in at, say, 110, and it gets filled at 110, but here it might get filled at 108, so I'm getting it from both sides. But we give you better margins than the bucket shops, Hutton said. And that, Ed, is what really killed me. See, with the extra margin from you, I could stay with a stock, not like the bucket shop where a 10% move wiped me out. See, the point is that I wanted the stock to, let's say, go up and it goes down. Holding on to it longer is bad for a trader like me, because I was betting it would go up. I can afford to lose the 10%, but I can't afford 25% on margin. I have to make too much back to get my money back. So, all you could ever lose in the bucket shops was the 10% because they would sell you out. Yes, and it turns out that was a blessing. All I ever want to lose in any one stock is 10%, Livermore said. Now, will you lend me the money? One more question. Hutton smiled. He liked this young man. This young man was a force to be reckoned with, a mental force. Why do you think you can come back here next time and beat the market? Because I will have a new trading system by then. I consider this part of my education. How much did you come here with, Jesse? $2,500. And you leave with a borrowed 1,000, Hutton said, reaching into his wallet, extracting the 1,000 in cash and handing it to Livermore. For $3,500, you could have gone to Harvard. I'll make a lot more money with my education here than I ever would going to Harvard, Livermore said, smiling as he took the money. Somehow, I believe you, Jesse. I'll pay this back, Livermore said, pocketing the money. I know you will. Just remember when you come back, do your trading here. We like your business. Yes, sir, that I will, Livermore said. Ed Hutton watched him leave. There was no question in his mind that he would see him again. Livermore's options for bucket shop trading were limited. The East Coast was closed off to him, so he looked to Middle America. He headed for St. Louis, where he had heard of 2 huge bucket shop operations. He took the train, arrived in St. Louis, checked into a hotel, showered, and headed for the first bucket shop. It was a large operation, with a trading gallery that held more than 200 people. He started slow, using a false name and playing conservatively. He traded for 3 days until he was singled out. He had built his $1,000 stake up to $3,800. On the morning of the 3rd day, he was called into the boss's office and greeted with, "Hello, Mr. Jesse Livermore. Sit down." They had recognized him. He was told that he was banned from that bucket shop to leave immediately. He quickly went down to the next bucket shop, only a block away. He went up to the window and made his play. 1,500 shares of BRT. The clerk had just started to fill out the slip when the manager came up and stood in front of Livermore. "Your money's no good in here. We ain't the suckers here on this side of the cage. The suckers are on your side of the cage, Livermore. You know my name and your game." He handed the money back to Livermore. "Listen." "No, you listen. You think I didn't just get a call from down the street about you? Now, I'm only gonna ask you one more time nice. Get the hell out of here." "Get out of here doesn't sound to me like you're asking," Livermore replied, taking back his money. The next day he took the train back to New York. He visited E.F. Hutton's office. He handed back the $1,000 he had borrowed. "You want interest?" Livermore asked with a smile. "I'll get my interest out of your commissions. That didn't take long, did they make you?" "Yeah, they nailed me within 4 days." "How'd you do?" "Not great. I'm about right back where I was when I walked in here 6 months ago." "So it's Harvard or Wall Street again, huh?" "No, it's Wall Street or nothing. How could you have a new system to beat Wall Street in 4 days?" Hutton asked. "I don't have to beat Wall Street, I have to beat myself, my emotions. That's the smartest thing I've heard from you yet, Jesse. Good luck." "Luck?" "Yes, Jesse, we all need a little luck in this life. Now let's reopen your account." Livermore traded for several months. But when he summarized his account, he found that he had only broken even. His confidence remained high, but he still had not established a consistent winning system for playing the market as he had with the bucket shops. Then one day, a fellow named Bill Sullivan walked into the E.F. Hutton offices and told Livermore that the man who ran the St. Louis bucket shop had made a killing on a racetrack scheme and moved to the East Coast. To avoid the New York City police, he had opened a new bucket shop operation in Hoboken, New Jersey, just across the river. Sullivan told Livermore that it was a no-limit house. There was no limit to the amount of stock a trader could buy or sell. Livermore waited for Saturday to roll around before he visited the Hoboken bucket shop. On Saturdays, the market was open only until 12. Inside the shop, the setup was very grand, with a full quotation board, a customer's gallery, and plenty of clerks for service. Livermore acted dumb and placed a few early orders. Then, at a little past 11, he laid down $2,000 in cash and went short on $20,000 worth of stock. The stocks plummeted, and just 5 minutes before the close he covered the shorts and cashed in. His profit was $6,000. He went to collect, but the clerk did not have enough cash to fully pay out. He was told to return on Monday for the rest of his money. On Monday he showed up. Waiting for him was the same man he had last seen in St. Louis. "Livermore, what do you want?" "My money. I told you never to trade in my establishment when you were in St. Louis. This is New Jersey, and I don't want you trading in here either. There's no money waiting for you here this Monday morning." "Give me my money," Livermore intoned. The man looked at him for a few long seconds. "Hey, at least I'm playing an honest game, not like your racetrack escapades," Livermore continued, staring back. "If you want to trade in this part of the country, you better pay me." A crowd had now gathered behind Livermore. He repeated, "I want my money. I played fair and square." "You were banned." "Not here in Hoboken. Now give me my money." The man finally nodded, and the clerk peeled off some $1,000 bills until Livermore had his money, the full $6,000. "Livermore, I have a boss, a very unforgiving boss, so do me a favor and don't come back in here." Livermore looked him in the eye, nodded, and walked out. He put his money in his pocket and thought about the situation on his ride back to Manhattan. The next day he called Bill Sullivan, the man who had told him of the bucket shop. "Listen, Bill, thanks for the tip on that place in Hoboken. I need you to do me a little favor." "How little?" Sullivan asked. "I'll bankroll you, and I want you to go to Hoboken and make some small plays. Then when the time is right, I'll give you the word." "What's my cut?" 20% plus expenses, and I'll give you $1,000 for a bankroll." "Deal, Livermore." Livermore waited until Sullivan was established and then made his move. He went short and cleaned up a net of $4,100 after paying the 20% cut and expenses. Livermore now had a stake of over $10,000, and he decided to stick strictly to the stock market in the future. No more bucket shops. He was banned for good now, and sooner or later, Arnold Rothstein, the brain, would step into the picture and pay him a visit. If that happened, he would be lucky to keep his life, let alone any money he had made. Besides, he had his stake back, bigger than ever. Now it would be up to him to use it in the stock market. Besides, he was tired of playing for small points in bucket shops. He liked playing in a bigger game, a legitimate game, through licensed brokers, where there was no limit on the money a trader could make, or lose, as he would find out. It would become the never-ending challenge of Livermore's life, beating the market. Beating the market was like alchemy, changing lead into gold. The market changed paper into gold and created fortunes beyond anyone's wildest dreams. The market was where $100 became $1,000, $1,000 became $1 million, and $1 million became $100 million. All the trader had to do was call the moves before they occurred, and as with any great puzzle, the answer was always right there. All the trader had to do was figure it out, and Livermore remained confident that he could find the answer to the puzzle. Chapter 3. The San Francisco earthquake rumbles in New York. The speculator. Modern usage has made the term speculator a synonym for gambler and plunger. Actually, the word comes from the Latin speculare, which means to spy out and observe. I have defined a speculator as a man who observes the future and acts before it occurs. To be able to do this successfully, and it is an ability of priceless value in all human affairs, 3 things are necessary. First, one must get the facts of a situation or problem. Second, one must form a judgment as to what those facts portend. Third, one must act in time before it is too late. I have heard many men talk intelligently, even brilliantly, about something only to see them proven powerless when it comes to acting on what they believe. If action is delayed until the need is apparent to everyone, it will be too late. To be evident to all, a danger must be on top of us and out of hand. My own story, Bernard Baruch. Livermore studied his mistakes objectively. In later years, he often told his sons that the only way you get a real education in the market is to invest cash, track your trade, and study your mistakes. It is emotionally difficult to review your mistakes, since the speculator must wade through his own bad trades and blunders. And these are not simple blunders. These are blunders that cost money. Anyone who has lost money by investing poorly knows how difficult it is to re-examine what occurred. The examination of a losing trade is torturous but necessary to ensure that it will not happen again. Livermore was brutal in self-analysis. He told his sons his conclusion. Successful trading is always an emotional battle for the speculator, not an intellectual battle. It is only after a bet has been placed on a stock or a commodity, when the money has changed from cash in hand to stock certificates, that the emotions spring to life. Livermore equated speculators who traded imaginary stock positions with someone who was a crack shot on the pistol range. How would such a crack shot do in a duel, facing an opponent's loaded pistol? That was when fear raised its ominous head, nerves frayed and split, resolve was challenged, and reason fled. To speculate, a trader had to be a player, not a theorist or an economist or an analyst. A speculator had to be a player with money down on the table. It was not the coach or the team's owner who won the game, it was the players on the field. Just as it was not the generals who won the battle, it was the grunts on the ground. For Livermore, the richest gold mine on the planet was sitting high on the bedrock of Manhattan, the New York Stock Exchange at the corner of Wall and Broad Streets. It looked easy, no exploring necessary, no maps, no staking a claim. It was open at certain hours, and it invited everyone into the mine to try their luck. But very few miners walked out with a pot of gold. The same facts were available to all the prospectors at the same time. So failures to mine the mountain properly were personal failures, since everyone basically started out even. But the problems were in many ways the same as those in hunting for gold, as well. There were false clues, fool's gold, dry holes, bad climatic conditions, corrupt partners, dance hall girls, gunfighters, and professional gamblers. And two of the biggest problems were claim jumpers and scallywags who wanted to scam miners out of their gold by trying to buy their claims cheaply or sell them fraudulent maps. These scallywags, in Livermore's mind, manifested on Wall Street as tipsters. They stood at the entrance to the great gold mine and sold their wares. These hucksters handed out tips to the uninitiated before the uninitiated even got a chance to dig for the gold themselves. An easy road to success is what they promised: hit the mother lode fast with no work. Livermore noticed that the novices never asked the simple questions. Why have you chosen me to receive this priceless advice? If you have this information, then why aren't you rich? What is driving you to give me this advice to buy a stock? Are you secretly selling it to me at higher and higher prices? If capital gains are so easy to make, then why are you only interested in your commissions? There were many pitfalls on the road to successful speculation, and Livermore knew he was destined to fall into them all. But he was not so much worried about falling into the pits as he was worried about falling into them over and over and over again. Livermore knew the basic laws of the market, as did everyone. When you are wrong, there is one thing that cannot be denied: you lose money. When you are right, you make money. Therefore, you are right only when you make money and wrong only when you lose it. This law cannot be denied, and it is the true law of speculation. Over his career, Livermore observed that many people jobbinned about the market, as if talking could reverse their fortunes, or the pain of failing to adhere to the basic laws of speculation would be less if they commiserated with other people. It was one of the reasons Livermore was always silent about his trades. If he won, well, then he had done the right thing. If he lost, he had done the wrong thing. Why complain? Why explain? His only quest in the analysis of his trades was to find out why he had made money or why he had lost. For Livermore, life in the market was as the poet Omar Khayyam said in the Rubaiyat, "The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on, nor all your piety nor your wit can cancel out a word of it, nor your tears wash away a line." It was 1899, 2 years before the beginning of the 20th century. Livermore was 22, he had $10,000 to trade with, and he had 7 years of experience to lean on. He knew by now that the stock market was not the same as playing the bucket shops, but he had beaten the bucket shops. There was no reason why he could not beat the stock market as well. He reopened his account at E.F. Hutton as he had promised he would. He traded more cautiously this time, but still followed his old principle of trading for the short term, following the tape on an almost hourly or daily basis. He started to do better. He lived well and made friends. In October 1900, he married Nettie Jordan, an Indianapolis girl whom he had met in his Midwestern bucket shop days. He and Nettie lived in the upscale Windsor Hotel on Fifth Avenue. In the summers, Livermore rented them a cottage at Long Branch, New Jersey, on the ocean. He made his first trip to Europe with Nettie during this period, where he purchased more than $12,000 worth of jewelry for her. Then all hell broke loose in 1901, with a great boom in the market. A bull market developed. America was very prosperous, and the market started to boil. The old record of 250,000 shares traded in a day was broken by a 3 million share day. Millionaires in steel, finance, and railroads moved to New York to be near the action. Big-shot gamblers ready to put their money where their mouth was came too. The turn of the century was an exciting time to be alive. The legends of Wall Street abounded, some of them great characters who would live forever in Wall Street history. John Bet A Million Gates, John A. Drake, Loyal Smith Page, and the infamous Hetty Green, Wall Street's first female powerhouse. Hetty Green stood alone. As recorded in Kenneth L. Fisher's book, 100 Minds That Made the Market, she was as shrewd as they came, turning her $6 million inheritance into more than $100 million. She was also as cheap as they came, wearing foul-smelling, never cleaned black, out-of-fashion dresses with stock certificates sewn into the hems. Every day she appeared, a black apparition, drifting from the slum-level flats she owned to the Chemical National Bank vault. She would plop down cross-legged on the floor, then clip coupons and stuff them down into the hem of her dress, all the while eating sandwiches and crackers that she had crammed in her pockets. Her investment strategy was simple: make a great many good solid investments that yielded around 6% and be as cheap as a person could be. She said, "When I see a good thing going cheap because nobody wants it, I buy a lot of it and tuck it away." She explained further, if you invest $6 million for 51 years at 6%, and don't spend a dime of it, you wind up with $117 million. What's wrong with that? She bought heavily in the financial panics, real estate mortgages, municipal bonds, and railroad bonds. Stocks provided her extra profits. She knew the market well, but she also operated on instinct and common sense. She escaped the Knickerbocker Trust failure in the panic of 1907. How? She went into the bank and came out saying, "Those men who run the bank are too damn prosperous looking. New suits, new shoes, new ties. I don't like it." She got out only weeks before the collapse. Hetty Green was the market's only major female player at the time. She said, "I wish women had more rights in business and everywhere else than they do now. Men will take every kind of advantage of women in business that they would not attempt with a man. I have been fighting men in the courts all my life." Hetty was capable of anything and skilled at getting her way. If nagging and persistence failed to get her what she wanted, she would turn on the tears. If the tears failed, she initiated lawsuits. Then she always refused to pay the legal fees, often hiring additional lawyers to defend her against her prior lawyers. Once she paid $50 for a gun registration license to carry a revolver. When asked why, she said, "Mostly to protect myself against my goddamn lawyers." She was feared by all who knew her. Hetty loved only money. She saw her son Ned as her successor. She paid his college tuition on the promise that he would not get married for 20 years. Ned agreed. Ned loved his mother. He had only one leg. When he was 14 years old, Ned had injured his knee in a snow sledding accident. Hetty had refused to send him to a doctor. She ministered to the cut leg with homemade poultices and put him to bed. When his father got home and heard what had happened, he was furious and took his son immediately to the doctor. The doctor was forced to cut the boy's leg off because gangrene had set in. It was an era of great characters. Livermore was aware of the Hetty Green approach to the market, a combination of thrift and compounding, and he knew it was a sound strategy for some people. It just wasn't for him. He did not believe a return of 6% annually was all you could take out of the stock market. And he certainly wasn't interested in living frugally, like Hetty. The 1901 market was in a frenzy. It was the first frenzied market that Livermore had witnessed as a Wall Street trader. It was to set in his mind the great rule: Nothing ever changes in the market. The only things that change are the players, the pockets, and the memories. The new players have no memory of the previous cycles because they have not experienced them. Livermore played the bull side of the 1901 market and made one exceptional long trade on Northern Pacific with his $10,000 stake. He pocketed $50,000, but Livermore looked at this as only a larger stake to play with. He was looking for a big break in the market, a severe correction or a one-day reversal and then a rally. In early May, Livermore moved. "Sell 1,000 shares of steel short at $100, he barked to the clerk just seconds before the market opened. "And sell 1,000 shares of Santa Fe at $80. The clerk disappeared, order slip in hand, to call the trader on the floor. Livermore stood as the market opened and watched the stocks he had shorted fall away, prices dropping like a stone. He felt vindicated. His judgment had been correct. There was chaos as the prices plummeted. But his smile quickly disappeared as he saw the volume. He stood suddenly locked in fear. The volume was huge. The opening activity on the floor was beyond the limits that the traders could handle. It was a fast market. Fills on orders were late, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, and when they were filled at prices far from what the clients had wanted. Finally, Livermore got a fill on his opening orders. He looked at the fill orders in disbelief. Even though his brokers were as good as any on Wall Street, his fills were awful. The stock he had wanted to sell short at $100 had been filled at $85. The stock he had wanted to sell short at $80 had been filled at $65. These were the prices he had wanted to buy them back at, to cover his short positions when the rally came, which he believed would happen later that day. He made an instant decision to buy the stocks back and to cover his shorts immediately. He yelled at the clerk, "Buy 1,000 steel and 1,000 Santa Fe at the market." The clerk ran off with the ticket to call it down to the floor of the exchange. Livermore's heart sank as he watched his stocks rally. He watched the tape rise. He knew his shorts would be covered at great losses now that the rally was in full swing. He had done the worst thing a speculator could do. He had involuntarily sold at the bottom and bought at the top. The clerk returned with the tickets. Livermore opened them slowly in the palm of his hand. He had established his short positions at $85 on steel and covered at $110, a loss of $25,000. He lost a second $25,000 on Santa Fe. He had been right. The market had done as he predicted, but he was now broke. He had traded off the ticker instead of off the real quotes, which were coming too fast on the floor to be accurately caught by the lagging ticker. In this fast market, the ticker had fallen behind by as much as 2 hours. This day provided Livermore with his greatest lesson to that point. He was trading in real time, for the short term, as he had done when he was trading in the bucket shops. But the stock market ticker was not reporting in real time. It was stuck in delayed time, falling further behind as the day progressed. The tape spit out a long-expired price, not the present price. It was now finally clear to Livermore, short-term trades were too hard to catch on Wall Street. Yet he had been right in his basic judgment. The market did exactly what he had predicted. The only flaw had been in his execution. His timing had been off because his orders could not be executed as quickly as he wanted. As a result, he was late in selling and late in buying. Livermore was busted once again in the blink of an eye. The event disillusioned him, left him despondent, depressed, and entirely worn out. Yesterday he had $50,000 and was full of self-confidence. Today he was shaken to the core. His only consolation came from figuring out why he had failed. He left New York and headed back for Boston and the bucket shops to start over and rebuild his stake. He also had to rethink his lifestyle. He had become used to the high life. It was a lifestyle that took money to fuel, and now he was out of money. This, of course, had an impact on his married life. Things on the home front had been going well between the newlyweds until Livermore went broke again in May 1901. He asked Nettie to pawn her jewelry, the $12,000 worth he had bought for her in Europe, as a stake so he could go back to playing the bucket shops. She refused. This caused a permanent rift between him and Nettie, but she did not like the idea of pawning her jewelry. Ultimately, the couple separated. He was now both broke and separated from his young wife. The market was all he knew. So he took a deep mental breath and decided he had to get a stake and return to Wall Street. He devoted all his energies to this objective, get some cash. Once again he returned to the bucket shops, but unfortunately they still remembered him in Boston. No one would take his orders. He sent people in to do his bidding and place his trades, but they were quickly uncovered. Soon Livermore had no place to trade. Fortunately for Livermore, a new hybrid bucket shop had been born. This new bucket shop looked even more like a respectable brokerage and advertised its affiliations with a real brokerage firm with a seat on the exchange. And in fact, on rare occasions, these bucket shops actually did put the customers' orders through to the floor of the exchange, but they were far more likely to bucket the order. That is, they kept the order in the house, unfilled and bet against the customer, just canceling out the transaction with in-house bookkeeping when the customer wanted to close out the trade or, more likely, went broke on the margin swings. Livermore was not recognized in these establishments, and he quickly hooked up with 5 of them. They promised him they would stay within 1 point of the prices that came across the ticker tape. In other words, they would give him basically an instant fill. So Livermore went back to his old method of trading off the tape, taking small gains on many daily trades. He had to build up a stake before he could make his way back to Wall Street. He set up a small office with 5 direct wires to these new quasi-bucket shops. He traded under an alias as he was still afraid of being recognized. He also had 1 other wire installed, direct to a legitimate broker in New York, as well as his own stock ticker, once he had made enough profits. He traded for the better part of a year this way and did well enough to buy a car. He started to renew his trading stake. But as his trading and his winnings increased, it became harder and harder to convince these establishments to allow him to trade, particularly since the money was primarily going one way, from their treasuries into Livermore's coffers. The firms started to play games with Livermore as his trading position size increased. If Livermore went long a stock with a big position on heavy margin, the brokerage firm would go short, catching him for several points when he had to cover. When they were able to play these games successfully, he would lose money. But normally, he was winning. Finally, when his trading stake was big enough, he reversed the game on them. He found a stock that had been very active at one time but had fallen into disinterest and was trading on hardly any volume, a sleepy stock. He wired each of the 5 bucket shops and said, "Buy me 100 shares of Acme at $81, which was the last recorded trade." When the 5 brokers confirmed his purchase price to him at $81, he would then wire his real broker in New York, E.F. Hutton. He now knew what his buy price was, $81. "Buy me 100 shares of Acme at the asking price of $85, he'd tell Hutton. He waited for that sale to cross over the tape and immediately sold his position at the bucket shops against the price of $85, netting 4 points, or $2,000. He would then close out the $85, 100-share position in New York. Livermore hit the 5 houses with this several times. Then, unexpectedly, he had a windfall. A stock he played was actually driven up 10 points by his buying. He had 600 shares out for a profit of $6,000. After this trade, however, the quasi-bucket shops finally figured out Livermore's trick. At one of the firms, he ran into trouble when he went to collect his money. "Livermore, we're not paying you. You rigged the market, and you've been trading under an alias. Don't accuse me of the things you do," was his reply. "You pumped up the price by buying in New York. You drove up the price just after we took your position. You drove up the price yourself. You give me too much credit. Your crooked mind lays things on me that you are capable of, not me. Get out of here. I heard of you. The boy plunger, ain't it? Well, that don't work here and you're headin' for trouble, big trouble. You rigged this market with some of your friends. I never trade with partners. I trade only for my own account and you know it. There is no way you can prove your false allegations," Livermore said. "It's proven in my mind, that's enough. You cheated us here. You have a big firm with many offices. I trade alone. How could I cheat you? I don't know exactly how you did it, but you did it. You just said you don't know, you have no proof, you just don't want to give me what I have coming to me." Livermore's voice rose again. "You bastard. You're not going to scare me away with name-calling. I have a slip in my hand confirming my orders to you to buy and sell from my account. The trade is completed. You owe me the money, $2,000. Are you welching?" Livermore was yelling now, and a crowd had gathered. The one thing these shops could never allow was to fail to pay off on a completed trade. Because these were shady operations, rumors would fly, and there would be a rush by the customers to redeem their accounts for cash. Then chaos, like a run on a bank. There was silence. The manager finally reached into his cash drawer and yanked out the money. He peeled it out as the customers watched. He whispered to Livermore as he peeled off the last 100. "Don't come back here. Don't ever come back here, boy genius." Livermore pocketed the money and left. He had played the exact same trick on them that they had used to wipe out hundreds of customers who traded on skinny margins and were wiped out automatically when the market moved against them. He got in his car that night and, with a trading friend, headed for New York. On the way, he was up to his usual tricks, which led to a favorite story of his about how close he once came to Yale University. Livermore and his friend stopped in New Haven and stayed in a hotel. While they were at the hotel, they learned of a bucket shop operation in town. The temptation was too great, and the next morning they paid it a visit. They received an effusive welcome from the manager of the shop. Livermore was wearing a light tan suit. His friend was wearing a blue blazer and khaki pants. New Haven being a college town, the manager immediately mistook them for Yale students. And the manager was used to fleecing the Joe College types. The first day, Livermore played conservatively, and his trading friend followed his lead. They stayed over a second night and showed up the next morning, just as the New York market opened. They played all day, and Livermore's profits were close to $1,500. On the third day, dressed in their best collegiate outfits, they returned again. Livermore opened the day by selling short 500 shares. The stock collapsed, and Livermore covered the short immediately. The manager slowly paid off the money, $500 margin and $500 profit. When he was done, the manager glanced over Livermore's blue eyes, his young, smiling face, his blonde hair. He observed Livermore's polite manner, his quiet demeanor. The manager was no longer the same effusive person, waiting to get wealthy from rich, careless college boys. Livermore returned with cash in hand and said, "I'd like to sell 200 steel short." The manager looked at the cash in Livermore's fist and did nothing. He just stared before he finally spoke. "You boys aren't college students, are you?" "We never said we were. You assumed we were," Livermore answered. "You're ringers, hustlers." "How can we be ringers and hustlers? If we were, then we would have to rig the market to move in our favor. You've seen that we have been just sitting here. No phone calls, no mysterious behavior, no tricks. You got some kind of system for winning. That's what you got. You've got a system for your customers to lose. They get wiped out every time they lose their margin. We're playing by those rules. Take this order for 200 steel." "Not on your life, never. You hustled me. You two little bastards hustled me." "Look," Livermore continued. "No, I won't look. Just get out of here now before I lose my temper." "Looks like you already lost your temper," Livermore said as he watched the man's face turn from red to purple. "All right, we'll leave. And don't ever come back," Livermore heard the manager yell as the door slammed shut behind him. The manager was not completely wrong in his assessment. Livermore could have been in college, maybe even at Yale, but Livermore was interested in only one college, Wall Street. He had lost everything twice now, but he knew that was the only way a person learned in the trading profession. You had to lose, because it taught you what not to do, and if you did it again, well, then you were a slow learner and you would lose again. He had been away for the better part of a year now, a lot of time for him to think about the mistakes he had made. He believed he was now ready to go back to New York, back to Wall Street. Over his 10 years of trading, Livermore had observed the methods of the technicians, the chartists, and the mathematicians, all the theories and techniques of trading developed by graduates of the superb engineering and technical schools of America. He believed that they all had merit, but his conclusions were developed from actual trading, from hands-on participation in the market and constant analysis. His ultimate method was beginning to form in his mind. He already believed in some basic guides. Always evaluate and appraise general conditions first, and determine the line of least resistance. Is it an upward trending market or a downward trending market? Or is it consolidating, moving sideways, trying to make up its mind? If the overall trend of the market is not in your favor, you are playing at an extreme disadvantage. Go with the flow, bend with the trend. Do not sail into a gale. Livermore was looking for the difference between stock gambling and stock speculation. And he never used the words bull market or bear market because these terms tended to make too permanent a psychological mindset. He was now playing in a different arena from the bucket shops, and he knew it. That was why he had been wiped out twice. The game was much bigger and therefore it had more risks. Before Livermore could solve a problem, he had to state the problem and define the problem to himself in an honest way. The first thing he analyzed now, something he would analyze for the rest of his life, was the dimension of time. He concluded that in his old life in the bucket shops, time for him had been instant. That is, he lived in the moment. He could bet on the swings as they happened, reacting to the moment the second. If he was to win on Wall Street, he would have to change his strategy to accommodate a longer outlook to react to future time. He would have to be patient and anticipate the inevitable advances and declines, make a move and then be patient and wait. Livermore's final conclusion was clear. To anticipate the market is to gamble. To be patient and react only when the market gives the signal is to speculate. And he believed the only way to test this solution, to prove this strategy on Wall Street, was with money. Livermore had been right on the moves but wrong on the timing. Now he went into the market with a new attitude and methodology. He did all right, but not as well as he had expected, for two reasons. His trading system was still not what he wanted, and he was listening to the other traders around him. Instead of holding on to a winning position, he sold after a few points profit. He adopted the maxim, "You can't go broke taking a profit," as his philosophy. He was also still affected by his old trading methods from the days when he had hit and run, taking his profits before the market turned against him. But primarily, it was the barrage of information from other traders that affected his judgment, the never-ending tips, especially from those he thought were savvy, experienced traders. There was one trader, a major player, whom he particularly admired. This trader gave no tips and offered only one piece of advice to anyone who asked. "It's a bull market," or "It's a bear market," or "It's a sideways market, hasn't made up its mind which way it's going yet." It was this advice that Livermore was later to cherish. He was now learning that before a play could be made, he first had to decide on the overall direction of the market. Also, once the play was made, it had to be seen through to its conclusion. It was imperative not to sell until he had a good reason to sell, and if the general trend of the market was with him and there were no other extenuating circumstances, well, then he had to play it out. He also studied losers. He divided these suckers into three classes. 1. Ignorant novices who know nothing, and know that they know nothing but still want to play the market. Lifespan 3 to 30 months. 2. Second-grade suckers, or, as Livermore called them, semi-suckers, who get their information from suckers of an even higher grade. They have gone through the first phase of being suckers and have now moved into the second phase. They quote market aphorisms and the words of market sages. They are intelligent enough to play the game for a longer time than the basic suckers. Lifespan up to 42 months. 3. Suckers of the third kind who look for bargains, buy at the bottom and wait for the rally. They do okay until they hit a stock that never rallies or keeps declining. The one rule that suckers never learn, nor do most market players, is don't be a sucker. Livermore felt that at this point in his career he was still a sucker, but he was also a special class of sucker. He was what he called a careful Mike sucker. Careful suckers listen to others and cuts their profits short. In their rush to avoid risk, they see the biggest part of a stock's move proceed without them. They wait for the dips that never come, or the dips come too fast for them to move, or the stock just simply becomes too expensive in their minds to buy again. Livermore had decided it was the big swings that made the really big money. And if he was correct and patient and waded through the adversity of negative fluctuations and corrections, he would prevail. This, of course, did not mean he would be stubborn and sit through severe drops in the market. His 10% bucket shop rule stayed with him for the rest of his life. If he lost more than 10% against his original purchase price, then he covered his position. Slowly, through long and deep analysis, constant revision, and actually buying and selling stock, Livermore was evolving, developing rules, his basic theories on speculating in the stock and commodities markets. Then he broke all his rules and made a fortune. He called it his spooky story. He loved to tell it to his sons and close friends. It was the spring of 1906, and Livermore was 29 years old, vacationing in Atlantic City. He had cleared all his stock market positions and was relaxing on the Jersey shore with a friend, another trader. Of course, he still had his account with E.F. Hutton. There, he had a buying power of between 3,000 and 4,000 shares on margin, at an average price of $100. This meant he had the capacity for a $400,000 position. It was a medium-up trending market climate with stocks steadily advancing. One morning, Livermore and his friend, slightly bored, wandered into the Atlantic City branch of E.F. Hutton to idly check out the market. The market was strong, and Livermore's friend had a good position on the bull side of the market. "See, strong market, just like I said it would be. Buy something, JL," his friend said. Livermore stood watching the tape in silence as it slid through his fingers. "You with us, JL? Did you hear what I said?" Livermore was oblivious to his friend. He kept watching the tape in silence. All his trading life, Livermore had been struck, on rare occasions, by impulses, premonitions, intuitive urges that he did not understand. In most cases, he did not follow them, but he kept track of them, and mostly they worked out. He did not know if it was the unconscious mind making choices based on the accumulated experience of having traded millions of shares, or whether it was some kind of a psychic urge. Maybe it was simply the gambler's instinct. He knew it defied all his carefully studied and applied rules. These feelings defied logic or explanation, but they had always made him money. In fact, he did not know what the hell it was, but it was a clear impulse to make a move. So this spring day in 1906, he moved. He walked up to the clerk. "Sell 1,000 Union Pacific short." His friend went with him. "JL, why are you putting out a short line? The market's going up." Livermore took his order slip and studied his friend before replying. "I don't know why exactly, I just think it's the right thing to do." "You know something, don't you?" his friend asked. The clerk was watching now. Livermore knew if he told his friend, he had a tip his friend would rush over and do what he did. "Please, I told you, I don't have a clear reason for doing this." "I know you never do anything without a reason. In fact, you told me that anyone who trades without a plan, a consistent plan, is a fool." "Now you tell me that you have no reason to sell UP short," his friend said. "You're breaking your own rules, for crying out loud." Livermore said nothing. He turned and walked back to the clerk. "Sell short another 1,000 Union Pacific." "You've gone crazy, Livermore. 3 days of lying in the sun, taking in the ocean air, and you're having a mental breakdown." Livermore slipped the order into his pocket. "We're leaving before you do anything else stupid." His friend took him by the arm. "Just a second," Livermore said. He went back and sold a third 1,000 shares short. He pocketed the order form and then followed his friend outside into the sunshine. Later that afternoon, near the market close, he went back to the brokerage office to check the price of the Union Pacific stock. The stock had risen almost 2 points above where he had sold short. "See, JL, I told you, the market's up, and you lost $6,000 for your foolishness." Livermore said nothing. He simply smiled and walked back out onto the boardwalk to watch the descending sun. The next day he went back in the early afternoon. The stock was up slightly along with the market, but near the close, the stock started to sell off. Livermore sold 2,000 more shares. "You are totally crazy, JL, his friend said. "I think you're right, because now I have to go back to New York. I've exceeded my margin and I need to oversee my investment. My vacation is over." Livermore returned to New York that evening. That night, April 18, 1906, at 5 a.m. While Livermore was fast asleep in New York, the earth under San Francisco moved, slowly at first, rumbling, then quaking, shaking, shivering as an underground shock wave began to rock the city. The San Andreas Fault was adjusting itself, shrugging its massive shoulders. Most of the city fell, and a few unlucky souls were trapped in the opening and closing maw of what had been solid earth. Tall buildings staggered, collapsed, and fell. The financial district was fiery rubble, the train station was leveled, and the tracks were twisted and bent like soft pretzels. The trembler was felt as far away as Palo Alto. The Stanford University campus was demolished by the quake. Scores of people were killed. The next morning, Livermore read the newspaper headlines. Earthquake disaster in San Francisco. He read on. The market dropped only a few points on the news. Livermore knew that bad news in a bull market climate takes a lot longer to sink in with the public than bad news in a bear market, when the climate is already negative. In fact, before the market closed, stocks had rebounded to their former levels. Livermore was short 5,000 shares, but he was flat on the trade. He had made no money. His friend had also returned to New York. You were right about bad news coming, but I told you that you can't spit into the wind, and the wind is positive. You should have listened to me, JL, he said. Winds change, Livermore said, reading the ticker tape, not looking up. Livermore figured that even if the disaster proved not to be as bad as was originally thought, railroad stocks would not go up. The next day the news dribbled in from San Francisco and the market drifted down, but not drastically. Livermore was convinced he was right. He went to his broker, got a special line of credit, and sold another 5,000 shares of Union Pacific short. The next day, the third day after the earthquake, the market tumbled. Union Pacific fell like a stone, and Livermore walked out of the wreckage with $250,000 in profit. He never figured out exactly why he did what he did in listening to his inner voice. It was one subject he did not analyze too deeply. He quietly slipped the cash into his account. Now he could trade with a much bigger line, an additional $250,000, and that was what he thought about the most. He had cut short his Atlantic City vacation. After the earthquake windfall, he went to the races in Saratoga Springs for a holiday. He loved the entire spectacle of Saratoga, the beauty of the place, the regal setting, the sleek, beautiful horses. Most of the well-dressed, influential people of New York City gathered there every summer for the races. Once again, Livermore wandered into the Hutton brokerage offices in Saratoga to see what was cooking in New York. He sat quietly studying the tape, looking up at the chalkboard as the prices of the leading stocks were posted. People came by to whisper tips into the ear of the boy plunger. Approaching 30, he still looked like a well-dressed college kid. The office manager came over and flashed the order slips in front of him, showing the buy/sell orders from some of the bigger players who were in Saratoga. Livermore just smiled and said nothing. His attention was focused on Union Pacific, his old friend. Livermore had no feelings with regard to either buying long or selling a stock short. It made no difference, since he had figured that the market went down as often as it went up. He waited patiently in cash, waiting to strike. The Union Pacific volume and price movement Livermore saw on the tape had changed, and were now, he believed, in an accumulation phase. He did no trading for 3 days as he watched the stock, ignoring the races. He finally came to the conclusion that it was being accumulated by a professional group of players, based on the tape movement. The stock was at 160 when, on the third day, he started to buy. He bought in lots of 500 until he had 5,000 shares. He got a frantic call from Ed Hutton, his old, respected friend, a friend who was also well-informed and had friends in high places. There was little that happened on Wall Street that Hutton did not know about. JL, you're crazy, Hutton said. What are you talking about? They're slipping it to you. The pool that runs the stock is feeding the stock to you as fast as you can take it. Then they are going to walk away from it and buy it back from you cheap. You're the patsy here. You're the sucker in a sucker play. You sure? Couldn't be surer. Comes from the best source, the top. I don't agree, Livermore said. I think it's being accumulated. Yeah, by you, it's going to go down. Listen, I like the commissions and I want you to be the biggest trader in New York. I'm just trying to save you from disaster. All right, Ed, Livermore paused, thinking. He knew that Hutton was a true friend, a friend who had helped him often in the past. Thanks, Ed, I'll quit the position. Right. You can't expect to win on every play, JL, Hutton said and hung up. Livermore sat down and looked at the order slips and fills in his hands. After a few minutes, He got up and told the clerk to sell him out. The Union Pacific position was liquidated at $162 a share. After commissions, it was an even trade. The next day Union Pacific announced a 10% dividend, and the stock shot up 10 points. Livermore would have pocketed $50,000. Livermore was in the Hutton office in Saratoga when the dividend was announced. He sat there quietly as the stock shot up. The office manager looked at him and shrugged. He knew what had happened the day before. He knew what Ed Hutton had told him. Livermore smiled and nodded. Livermore was not angry or upset with Hutton. He looked at the experience as part of his education. How could he get angry when he understood that the market was independent of feelings? The market was pure action, cold and true only to itself. He believed it always did the right thing, even if he could not see it at the time. Livermore now resolved to follow only his own method of trading stock. He now knew that tipsters came in all sizes and shapes and wore all kinds of disguises, even close friends with the best intentions. They were to be avoided at all cost. Livermore had learned some great lessons over the past 15 years. He was 1 year short of 30. He had a good stake and a good line with his brokers. He had shaken off his bucket shop methods of trading. Now, after Saratoga, he was going to notch it up a level. Instead of concentrating on stocks, he was going to concentrate on the basic conditions of the market. Yes, he thought to himself. Before I pick a stock, I will examine the basics of the overall market. He loved this game, the game of speculation. He loved it for its endless challenge. It was a game that he could never completely win. But he did not have to win all the time to make a lot of money. If he could win on average, he could have a great life and a lot of fun. He was ready. Chapter 4. The Crash of 1907. All men naturally desire knowledge. Aristotle. Jesse Livermore had been searching for his trading strategy. Slowly, it was starting to form. The first step was to concentrate on the overall market before making a trade. He would follow the line of least resistance up in a bull market, buy long, down in a bear market, sell short. If the market went sideways, he would wait in cash for a clear direction to be established. He had no interest in finding a bargain or a cheap stock. He was not a bottom fisher. He was a trend follower. He was only interested in following the trend, what he called the line of least resistance. He was one of the first true momentum players. Now that he had a basic market strategy, he needed a money management strategy to complement it. He was known on the street as the boy plunger, but plunging had not always served him well. He had been busted broke 3 times by the age of 30. He watched the most successful Wall Street traders in action. He observed that they were all good money managers, each with an individual approach. He knew he needed his own system. He now knew it was not whether the market or a stock would turn, but exactly when it would turn. Timing was everything. But he also realized that no one could call or predict exactly when the market would turn or what a stock would do. So, Livermore developed his probing, or testing the market approach. The strategy was simple: do not plunge. Send out a probe before buying, just as a commanding officer sends out a reconnaissance platoon to probe the enemy lines and gather intelligence. Livermore followed this basic military strategy in stock market trading, which is, after all, a kind of war. It is very important to note that Livermore would determine the number of shares, or the size of his investment in dollars, before making the first trade. If Livermore planned to take a position of 10,000 shares in a given stock, he would first probe with a purchase of 20% of his planned position. That is, he would buy 2,000 shares. Suppose he paid $100 a share. If the price dropped after he made his first purchase, he would either close out the first position or wait, never taking a loss of more than 10%. He expected the stock price to rise. If it did, he would buy a second position of another 2,000 shares at, say, $101 per share. He would then be in profit. If the stock continued to rise, he would take a third position of 2,000 shares at, say, $104. At this point, he would own 6,000 shares. He would be 60% invested against his objective of a 10,000 share position. But he would have made each purchase at a slightly more expensive level. For Livermore, this was good. It proved to him that the stock was moving in the right direction. Now he would wait for a further move and a correction. For example, suppose the stock moved from $100 to $112, then had a normal correction down to $104, the spot where he had made his last purchase. If the stock moved up from this price of $104, Livermore would make his final purchase of 4,000 shares at, say, $106, giving him an average price of around $105 for the total position of 10,000 shares. To put it another way, Livermore would establish 20% of his planned position on the first purchase, 20% on the second position, and 20% on the third position. He would wait for a confirmation, and then take his final position of 40%. He considered each of these purchases to be a crucial stage in establishing his overall position. If at any time the stock went against him, he would be patient and wait, or he would close out all his positions, never sustaining a loss of more than 10%. The first probe or transaction is crucial. It is the key to this technique. After the first transaction, do not make a second until you have confirmed that your judgment is correct. When the stock has moved in the direction you expected it to move, and you have a profit, your judgment has been confirmed. Livermore believed that stocks are never too high to begin buying or too low to begin selling short. Livermore believed that there was only one side of the market to avoid. He could be on the bull side or the bear side. It made no difference to Livermore, just so long as he was not on the wrong side. From experience, Livermore knew that one of the hardest things to do as a trader was to sell out a position early if he was wrong on the initial purchase and the stock moved against him. Trying to explain the market to his boys, he said, "The transaction becomes personal to too many speculators when their judgment is proven wrong and the stock moves against them. It is exactly at this time that the speculator must take action and cut losses. The speculator has been proven wrong because the stock has moved against him and must now admit it quickly and close the trade. It is a question of overcoming and control of the ego." Livermore had come to realize that the big money was in the big swings, in waiting for the basic trend to play out and riding the stock for as long as possible before the inevitable change in the basic trend was seen in the line of least resistance. He would wait for the market to give him the clues. He would not anticipate the market by guessing its direction. Like Sherlock Holmes, he would wait for the clues to appear, the facts to mount up, before making his conclusion. Livermore now had 3 important rules to follow in his new trading strategy. First, decide on the overall direction of the market. Determine the line of least resistance. Be sure of the basic trend. Second, develop a buying strategy. Probe the market. Test it by trading small positions first. Do not rush in and bet your whole stash on impulse. Third, be patient and wait for all the facts. Wait for a move to play out. It is the big moves that make the big money. It was late in 1906 when his new strategy finally paid off. Livermore sensed what he believed was going to be a major change in market direction, a basic change downward. This was not obvious to the major players or the press, who were still calling for the roaring bull market to continue. He examined all the factors carefully and decided that the market was cresting, even though the line of least resistance still appeared to be upward. He used his new trading approach to confirm this judgment, sending out probes across a variety of the leading stocks. He probed the 4 leading stock groups, selling at least 2 stocks short in each of the 4 groups. His short sales held. That is, the stocks that he had sold short went down, and on the rallies those stocks faltered, unable to make new highs, closing only a few points up, but then sinking, sliding backward off their old highs. Livermore slowly increased his positions on each failed rally. The last holdout was Reading, a railroad stock that would not budge. It was supposed to be cornered, a stock whose outstanding shares were all controlled by a pool or a person. Livermore believed no one stock could withstand the basic tidal wave that he saw on the horizon, the change from an upward trending bull market to a downward trending bear market. He believed that Reading could not buck the trend. It would collapse along with the others when the time was right. Livermore decided to help its decline along. He sold short through 2 brokers simultaneously. He sold 4,000 shares of Reading at $111. He had the market orders timed to hit the market simultaneously. The orders were filled at diminishing prices. He hit Reading again by selling 2,000 more, establishing his short line of 6,000 shares at a final price of $92. He was well into profit in less than a few hours. Reading then collapsed, as did all the other stocks in which Livermore had established positions. His first major escapade using his new technique of probing the market had worked. Now he was faced with another problem: when to cover and buy back his shorts. Livermore had been wiped out and had seen his profits disappear many times before by not closing out his positions and banking his paper profits while he could. This time, he did not wait for the market to show a clear sign that it had bottomed out. He wanted his profits. He closed out his positions, put the money in the bank, and left for Palm Beach. He was weary of trading and wanted to forget about the market for a while. He loved deep-sea fishing, so he went and relaxed. He deserved it. He also wanted to reflect more on his new trading strategy. He had almost $1 million in his bank account now. It was 1907, he was 30 years old, and he knew he was finally on the right track. After Palm Beach, he headed for Paris. He liked Europe because there was no talk of the stock market, and he wanted to rest his mind for a while. With plenty of money in his bank account, in a beautiful place with beautiful people, he was content for a while. But it did not last for long. His passion was the stock market, and soon he was drawn back into it. He read the Paris edition of the Herald Tribune. It became clear that the New York market was headed for an even bigger tumble than he had originally thought. He was sorry now that he had closed out his position so soon. He really had no basic reason to close out the original positions except that he was fearful of losing his profits. He wanted to put his profits in the bank, which he had done. He took a fast liner back to New York. He did not know it, but he was about to witness the panic of 1907. As soon as he arrived, he went short the market again, using probes to make sure he was correct in the basic trend. He established very large short positions in several of the leading stocks. The turn of the century market had been a full runaway bull market to date, with wild gyrations in the prices of the more speculative issues. The basic financial problem soon became apparent: call loans. Call loans were time-restricted demand loans made by banks to brokerage houses. The cash from these loans was, in turn, put up for margin by the brokerage houses for their customers. The loans were the fuel that powered the market. The margin was essential. These loans were made every day at the money post between 1200 and 2:15 p.m., when the bankers appeared on the stock market floor ready to loan money to the brokers. The problem had been developing for months, but it culminated on October 24, 1907. The problem was simple. The banks did not have enough cash available for the brokers to cover their margin requirements. What money was available was being offered at 100 to 150% interest. And the banks, which usually fought to lend this high-yield money, were not interested in extending any further loans to brokerage houses at any interest rate. It was a credit crunch of the most dire proportions. Stocks plummeted. Livermore kept selling short, pyramiding his position into the weakness. On October 24 at 12 p.m., chaos ruled on the floor of the exchange. Hundreds of brokers gathered around the money post, screaming out their demands for short-term loans, but there was no money available, no money at all. This meant that the brokers had to sell their stock positions on the open market to cover their margins, but there were no buyers for stock. All the buying had dried up. It was the market's worst nightmare: no cash and no buyers, and it had happened quickly. Pure, abject, unadulterated raw fear swept over the brokers and the bankers. Wall Street was out of cash. The brokers ran to R.H. Thomas, president of the stock exchange. He called James Stillman, president of the National City Bank, the richest, most powerful bank in the United States, a bank that boasted of never extending a loan at more than 6% interest. When Stillman had finished listening to Thomas, he simply said, "We must go see Mr. Morgan." They left immediately to visit J.P. Morgan, head of the House of Morgan, the world giant of finance. Morgan listened to Stillman and Thomas as they outlined the disastrous situation, a disaster that could spread right across the nation and cripple its entire industrial base. Morgan wasted no time. When he had heard enough, Morgan rose and said, "Return to the exchange and tell them that there will be money for them." They asked, "Where from?" "From the banks," Morgan answered, staring at the two men. "Where else?" Thomas sped back to the floor of the exchange and told the crowd that was standing around the money post that there would be money for them. "Mr. Morgan has assured us." "When?" they yelled in desperation. "Soon," came the answer. "How much?" they screamed. "Enough," was the answer. But the clock kept ticking. Finally, at a little after 2 p.m., John T. Atterbury of Van Emborg and Atterbury, a close associate of J.P. Morgan, arrived on the floor. The noise disappeared and the crowd stood transfixed, opening a path to the money post for Atterbury. When he got to the post, he raised his hand and said, "I am authorized to lend $10 million. The crowd went crazy, with brokers yelling out the amounts they needed. Atterbury yelled over the voices, "Quiet, be quiet, one at a time, there will be enough for everyone." "Where do we get the money?" one broker yelled. "You will be told where to go tomorrow. Now take it easy and let's get this done," Atterbury responded. This day became a legend on Wall Street. The day J.P. Morgan single-handedly saved the stock market and perhaps prevented the financial collapse of the nation. When Thomas and Stillman had left the offices of the House of Morgan, J.P. Morgan had called the presidents of the major banks. He told each of them, "We need to prop up the market with cash, and we need to do it now. We must give them what they need. It is a critical situation." Each banker replied in the same manner, "We are loaned to the maximum. We have no cash to lend to the brokers to support the market." "You have reserves," Morgan exclaimed, "but we are already below the legal limits." "Use the reserves. What the hell do you think they are for?" he told each one of the bankers. Morgan was a person whom Livermore admired. Morgan was a brilliant person of practical principles, a patriot, a financial giant. That day, October 24, 1907, was to be branded into Livermore's memory. It was the first time he had ever made more than $1 million in profit, and he had done it in a single day. Furthermore, the day was not yet over. For him, it was most important that he had followed his new rules. He had been patient in waiting for the big turn in the market. He had started with small positions, sending out probes into the market to confirm that he was right. And finally, when everything was in his favor, he had done what he loved best. He plunged big time, like a king cobra. His paper profits and his stock positions were so large near the end of the day, as a result of his pyramiding, that he now had an even bigger decision to make. Morgan's announcement to inject cash had solved only one problem. It re-established liquidity solvency among the brokers, but the other major problem was that there was still no demand. Livermore looked over the market near the close and found there were simply no bids for stocks. Nobody wanted to buy stocks at any price. Livermore knew that he could perpetrate a monumental raid by starting to sell at the opening the next day. The downward pressure of his hammering the key stocks would cause a further decline. His margin now was ever increasing. His profits had pyramided, risen as the market had fallen. He was in a position to begin the day by selling short 10,000 shares of Union Pacific, the market darling at the time. He could follow by selling half a dozen other stocks that were considered the bluest of the blue chips. He now had the account margin and the trading skills to hammer those issues into oblivion. He was looking at not $1 million profit, but $10 million, $20 million, if he hit the market hard the next morning. Now it would be his turn to make the big decision. Would he support the market or drive it down and down and down until the Board of Governors had to close the exchange, maybe forever? Before the close of the trading day, while Livermore was studying his next move, a friend of his, Warren Augustus Reed, paid him a visit. During the panic that day, Livermore had explained to his friend, who was a banker in a powerful investment banking house, exactly what would happen. Reed had watched Livermore operate in the past and was a believer in his market skill and deadly prowess. Reed disappeared for a while when he was called away to see his boss, the president of the firm. Reed returned and explained to Livermore, "JL. I've been asked to talk to you about the market and request that you refrain from any more short selling. I understand that you are looking at even bigger profits for yourself if you hammer away, but sometimes we have to look at the greater good." "Augie, this comes from your boss?" Livermore asked. "No, it comes from a person more powerful than my boss," he answered. Livermore knew whom he meant. J.P. Morgan. "You sure?" "I'm sure. It came from him personally. I was in the office when it happened and heard the conversation." Livermore thought for a minute. "You know, these same men have been selling into this market for months now, feeding stock to the public, knowing that the decline was coming, only interested in looking after themselves, killing the public." "Yes, I know, but JL, isn't that always the way when prices get too high? The smart, market-savvy people sell to the less smart people, the public." "Yes, JL, if we are to get this market under control, then we will have to stop the bleeding, the selling, and staunch the supply, or there will be no market left. There will only be chaos." Livermore pondered his position for a few minutes. "Tell your boss that I am in agreement with what he says. I will not sell any more stock today. I will cover my short positions in the morning by buying in the stock. After that, I will start to aggressively buy additional stocks on the opening. I understand the gravity of the situation." "Thanks, JL. I'll report this back to the man himself." Livermore had already analyzed the situation carefully before his friend had shown up. The carnage this day had been horrific, and Livermore felt the exchange was due for a rally on a technical rebound basis, provided it was not raided. Plus, he had some monumental short positions that would have to be covered in a liquid market to preserve his profits. Finally, he had altruistic reasons for agreeing. Further raiding would severely hurt the country. He was astounded that he had this power in his hands, the raiding power and skill to actually drive the market into oblivion. He was 31 years old. The next morning, Livermore fueled the rally by covering his short positions. As the market continued to rally, he bought another 100,000 shares of various companies, which he fed back into the market that same day as the public jumped in. When the day was over, he was worth $3 million, not in paper profits, but in cold, hard cash. What a life, he thought. Broke 3 times before he was 30 years old, and at the age of 31, potentially able to batter the New York Stock Exchange into oblivion. He smiled to himself. He had shared power with J.P. Morgan for one day. Morgan had the power to save the market from oblivion, and Livermore had the power to hammer it into oblivion. Even Morgan could not have stopped him. He had gone from being thrown out of bucket shops to being asked by the most powerful banker in America to lay off Wall Street, stop the punishment. His reputation was growing, and he had held the financial welfare of the nation in his hands for one day. What a thrill! He later told his sons that this had been one of the most important events of his life when J.P. Morgan asked a favor of him during the crash of 1907. But for Livermore, there was no satisfaction in this raw power. The satisfaction, the exhilaration, came from beating the street. Finally, after thousands of trades and hundreds of hours examining his trading techniques, he knew he was right. The big money was made in the big swings. Clipping points had served him well in establishing a stake, but the big money was in the big swings. He only could catch the big swings if he was patient and waited until they came along, waited until his judgment had been confirmed. He believed he had advanced over these 2 days from the gambler class of trader to being a true speculator who looked ahead, evaluated the general conditions, and moved prudently, testing first, and plunging only after he was convinced that all the factors were in his favor. The boy plunger was no longer a plunger at all. At least in his own mind, he was a speculator. From the public's point of view, he was still considered a wild plunger, because they saw only the last 10 minutes of a 3-act play. They had no interest in Act 1 or Act 2, which were done in secret anyway. It was the results they watched and wanted to emulate. Livermore now had a plan, an investment strategy that he believed worked, and he knew that one essential secret of success was at its core, the hard work of never-ending analysis. Now he had to see if this had been a fluke or if he really did have the beginnings of a solid trading approach to the market. But he needed a rest first. He decided to try a vacation again, to enjoy himself. He bought a yacht and was about to head south. He wanted to go fishing, his favorite sport. But it was not to be, not yet. For Livermore studied and played the commodities market just as he did the equities market. Livermore was soon as sure that a crash was coming in the commodities market as he had been in the stock market. So before heading out for his vacation and enjoying his new yacht, he set out his probes and finally wound up short 10 million bushels of wheat and 10 million bushels of corn. The wheat did what it was supposed to do, plummeted, but corn was rising in the face of cascading commodity prices. Livermore soon found out why. Arthur Cutton, a brilliant trader, was running a corner on corn. In the early 1900s, running a corner was common. A pool of people, or sometimes a powerful individual, would determine what the short position was on a commodity or a stock. Then they would launch an assault and buy every single share of stock or, in this case, bushel of corn. This would leave the people who held the short positions with no stock to buy to cover their short positions. These people would then have to accept whatever stock was offered at whatever price it was offered. When a corner happened, it happened fast. Corners had ruined many traders who went in to cover their short positions and simply found that nothing was available or that it was available only at huge losses. Arthur Cutton was born in Guelph, Ontario, in 1870, 7 years before Livermore. Cutton was later to be called the Great Bull as Livermore was to be called the Great Bear. He was built like Livermore, slim and of average height. But unlike Livermore, who dressed in the finest fashions, Cutton dressed in plain clothes of the best value. It took Cutton 5 years of hard work as a teenager on the family farm where he was born to save $50. He took the $50 and journeyed to Chicago. There he got a clerical job with A.S. White & Company at the wage of $4 a week. Cutton was frugal and watched every penny. This remained with him all his life. He was tenacious, diligent, and hard-working. It took him another 5 years to save up $1,000. He was now 25, but he had more than just $1,000. He also had 5 years of intensive experience in trading commodities for White. He and Livermore also had the same code of silence and secrecy. Whenever Cutton could, he hung out in the Pigeon Roost, a small area above the wild and woolly grain pits of Chicago. He carefully studied the floor traders and the actions of the customers in White's offices. He, like Livermore, worked every night on sheets of long columnar paper looking for trends, patterns, and timing mechanisms. After 5 years of hard work for his employer and for himself in his off hours, he went to White and said, "I would like to open a trading account here." "For whom?" White asked. "For myself," Cutton answered. "You are a smart young man, Arthur. You must know that a man of modest means cannot trade in the commodities market. It would be sheer lunacy." "But, sir—" "Never mind. You must heed my advice and you will thank me for it later. My advice is to avoid the commodities market, avoid the stock market. It is a fool's game, and you know that a fool and his money are soon parted." Cutton wondered to himself how the fool got the money in the first place, but he was not about to argue with the severe White. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." On his lunch break, he went to another firm and opened an account with his $1,000 in cash. 3 months later, he entered White's office. He had his alpaca jacket in his hand. White was on the phone and motioned for young Cutton to sit down. Cutton remained standing and gently placed his alpaca jacket, his trading uniform jacket, on White's desk. White hung up the phone and looked at the jacket lying on his desk. "What's going on here, Arthur?" "I've been elected to membership in the Chicago Board of Trade, sir." "Arthur, we're busy here." "Makes sense. I've purchased a seat on the exchange." "How?" "With my trading profits, sir." White sat dumbstruck. He finally spoke. "So you are resigning?" "Yes, sir, and I expect I will never work for another man for the rest of my life." Cutton closed the door on a shocked White. True to his words, Cutton never did work for another person. 12 years later, in 1907, Cutton was a legend in the Chicago grain pits. Secretive, tenacious, holding only his own counsel, he was considered a very formidable force. He and Livermore were kindred spirits. Cutton had found out about Livermore's position. He had Livermore, his only equal, in his clutches. Livermore was short 10 million bushels of corn. For every 10 cents Cutton drove the price of corn upward, it cost Livermore $1 million. He had Livermore cornered. The thoughts of a nice vacation in Florida were far from a reality now. It was survival mode for Livermore again. On the positive side, he saw the price of wheat decline as he had predicted, so he had a profit in wheat. But it could all be wiped out. He could be wiped out if he did not correct his problem with corn. He needed a strategy to defeat Cutton and extricate himself from this sinkhole. He knew Cutton was aware of his huge short position and would pull out all the stops to annihilate him. That night, as he lay in bed, an idea came to him based on something he had heard. He moved swiftly. Livermore knew the corner was false. There was plenty of corn available from the farmers, so there was no underlying reason why the price of corn should go up. Cutton was playing with the market. In particular, he was playing with Livermore's financial life. The first thing Livermore did was to cover the 10 million bushels of wheat he was short at a good profit. This gave him cash in his account to trade with. He had heard that Cutton had begun cornering the oat market along with the corn market. In the oat market, Cutton was up against Chicago's powerful Armour family, trying to catch them in a corner. Livermore confirmed this as soon as he could. Then Livermore made his major move. He sold 50,000 bushels of oats at the market, then another 50,000, then another, 200,000 bushels in all. The price of oats dropped drastically with these sales. He figured the traders would believe what they saw and conclude that the Armours were at work to break Cutton's oat corner. They would also conclude that the Armours would move in to bust up the corn corner next. The traders did as Livermore had predicted. When they saw the price of oats breaking, the traders jumped into the corn market, selling their positions while the price was high. Livermore was there to buy. He bought all they could shovel his way. He covered the 6 million bushels he was short in 10 minutes, and the rest before the market closed that day. He also closed out the 200,000 bushels of oats before the market closed. His total loss with his profit in wheat was $25,000. Within days, Cutton ran the price of corn up another 25 cents. This would have been a loss of at least $2.5 million for Livermore if he had not been able to cover. Now he was really ready for his vacation. He was also ready for a better lifestyle. He moved into a beautiful furnished apartment at 194 Riverside Drive. He had already purchased his first yacht, the Anita Venetian, and sent it down to Palm Beach. He was in good company. George J. Good, the heir to J. Good's fortune, had a similar yacht, the Atlantic, a 300-foot steel-hulled triple-screw yacht, and J.P. Morgan traveled the globe in his yacht, the Corsair, the largest yacht afloat anywhere in the world. The Anita Venetian was a 202-foot steam schooner of first-class construction. She carried the red, white, and blue pennant of the Columbia Yacht Club. Livermore purchased a snappy brass buttoned blue blazer for wearing on board, along with gray flannel slacks and a handmade captain's hat. He was a dapper captain, ready for fun. Livermore headed down to Palm Beach to board the waiting Anita. He loved Palm Beach and the Palm Beach Society. He had a great passion for fishing the waters off South Florida, trolling in the deep, dark blue waters of the Gulf Stream, a current in the ocean that moves up from the coast of South America. The Gulf Stream comes in closest to the Florida coast off Palm Beach, sometimes getting within 3 miles of the white sandy beaches of the rich. The pelagic fish, the big wanderers, travel inside the stream, using the 3 to 4 knot current to speed their way north. It was these fish that Livermore was interested in, the big fish, just as he was only interested in the big swings in the market. The giant bluefin tuna, the world-class monster sharks, hammerheads, tigers, and makos, the run of sailfish, the occasional marlin, wahoo, or king mackerel, and the tarpon down in Key West. These were his prey, the challenging, unpredictable, hard-fighting gypsy fish of the great Atlantic Ocean. He spent his days on board the Anita basking in the warm Florida sun, fishing, and enjoying life. At night, he would eat in the great watering holes of Palm Beach, such as the Palm Beach Inn. Located directly on the beach, it contained 425 rooms. He would eat exquisite meals there and adjourn to the Oceanside Gallery to have cigars and brandy and chat with his Wall Street friends. Most nights after dinner, he would wander down to the famous Beach Club, or Bradley's, as it was sometimes called after its owner. Edward Bradley, a well-known gambler whose own horses would later go on to win 4 Kentucky Derbies. Bradley was quiet and secretive like Livermore, but unlike Livermore, he had a checkered past that stretched all the way out to the Wild West, where he had known Billy the Kid and Wyatt Earp. He had been an Army scout during the Apache Wars and was credited with aiding in the capture of Geronimo. "Billy the Kid used to borrow money from me to bet on the Indian pony races," Bradley would tell Livermore, laughing. "Who wouldn't give him money? He'd shoot you dead if you didn't." Livermore used to love to tell this to his sons. In Palm Beach, Bradley had a secret deal with Henry Flagler, John D. Rockefeller's partner in Standard Oil and a church-going Christian. Flagler built the Florida East Coast Railway, which eventually ran the entire length of Florida, all the way down to Key West. Flagler also built 4 major hotels in Palm Beach. His clientele loved to gamble, so he was willing to strike a deal with Bradley and leave him alone. Bradley's Beach Club ultimately became the longest-running illegal gambling casino in the history of the United States. Bradley's was simple, but elegant. After 7 p.m., the most informal attire for men was a tuxedo, with no exceptions. White tie and tails were preferred, and there was no smoking in the gaming room. The food was 5-star. Bradley paid his chef $25,000 for the season, which was a king's ransom at the turn of the century. His clientele included the elite of the U.S. financial, entertainment, and political worlds. The entrance door was painted white, with a square frosted glass panel in the center that said BC for Beach Club. He and Livermore quickly became fast friends, although they both were reticent and not quick to expose their true feelings. They had a mutual respect and admiration for each other. Livermore loved to gamble at Bradley's. Bradley was also known as Bet on Anything Bradley. Even so, he rarely lost. He once told Livermore that luck was a real thing. It went right along hand in hand with hard work. He said, "A person either works for a living or gambles for a living. In fact, life is a gamble, but if a person chooses to take up gambling for a living, it has to be studied intelligently and worked at least twice as hard as any other profession." Livermore repeated this to Dorothy, his wife. Bradley often walked around with over $100,000 on him. When major players wanted to cash out after winning, he would walk up to them, smile, congratulate them, and peel off $1,000 bills while the croupier collected their chips. The main test for membership was approval by Bradley himself. He would interview prospective members at length, and if he liked them, he would find out the answer to the final, most important question: could they pay their bills if they lost? Armed Pinkerton guards posted everywhere protected Bradley's while remaining inconspicuous. The game room had a trap door installed in case the place was ever raided. The tables could be slid out of view. A guard with a rifle protected the counting room. The guard was positioned at a small window that provided a full view of the gaming room. The guard was a crack shot instructed to shoot anyone who tried to rob the place. The same instructions were given to the Pinkerton agents. Since Bradley's was located on Palm Beach, actually an island, there was no place to run. Thieves gave Bradley's a wide berth, and the staff members were very discreet. Any talk about the clientele, and they were immediately fired. Bradley kept spies on his staff to keep him informed of everything. Livermore passed many a pleasant evening at the Beach Club playing one of the 3 games of chance available: hazard, Chemin de Fer, and roulette. The limits at Bradley's were even higher than those at the casinos in Monte Carlo. It was on one of these nights at Bradley's that he heard the news of the failure of one of the great cotton players. Ed Hutton was there and told him how Percy Thomas, the Cotton King, had tried to run a corner on cotton and been annihilated. He went broke in March cotton. Hearing about Thomas triggered an interest in cotton for Livermore. On his return to New York in his private rail car, he studied the trade papers. It became clear that everyone was bearish on July cotton. As July approached, Livermore started to buy cotton. He knew that there was little time left to cover short positions. It was May, and he had no trouble establishing a long position of 120,000 bales. Shortly after he bought, the market turned upward, but the volume was sluggish, and Livermore had a big position, a position hard to sell in this limited time frame. So Livermore performed one of his famous trading tricks. In the last 10 minutes of trading on Saturday, he stepped in and sent out 4 separate orders to buy 5,000 bales. This ran the Chicago price up 30 points on the close. Livermore knew this would drive the London market up on Monday to establish parity with the New York market. He knew he was trading on the line of least resistance, but he also knew he was carrying a huge illiquid position. His strategy worked, and the London cotton market opened strongly, only it was not 30 points higher, it was 50 points higher. Nevertheless, the trading on Monday was strong in Chicago, but not strong enough for Livermore to get rid of his large position. He became worried. The next morning on his way to work, he met a friend who showed him the front page of the New York World. The headline read, "July Cotton Cornered by Jesse Livermore." Livermore always denied he knew anything about the story, but the market soared on the news. Taking his good luck as it was offered, Livermore sold out his entire position of 140,000 bales. This became a Livermore trademark. When good luck came his way, an unpredictable windfall, he would take it and run, not wait for more good luck. This, of course, was especially true with big illiquid positions. They could sometimes be hard to sell without driving the market down. Livermore claimed he had nothing to do with the newspaper article. Whatever the case, he seized the opportunity when it presented itself. The next day he met a friend, one of the biggest players in the cotton market, who stopped him in the street. "I was waiting for you to try and market that big line of cotton you had. It would have been a hard sell. That was one of the neatest moves I ever saw, JL. Congratulations." "I had nothing to do with that story. Nothing at all," Livermore said. "I don't know how you got the paper to print it. All I can say is I tip my hat to you. I figured that you were manipulating the London market but compounding it with the newspaper article. Now that was a very smart play. I told you JL, I would never expect you to admit it. Now would I?" He winked. "It would be dumb to admit it to me, and you're not dumb, are you?" He left Livermore standing on the street as he strolled off. Livermore's reputation continued to grow, some of it true, some of it embellished as it bounced along from lips to lips to other ears all up and down Wall Street. Livermore just shook his head, smiled to himself, and moved on in secrecy and silence. He felt good, proud of his accomplishments. He had no inkling that disaster lay waiting just around the corner, a disaster of monumental proportions. Chapter 5. The Cotton King. "The only time I really ever lost money was when I broke my own rules." Jesse Livermore to his son. Jesse Livermore was now rich and successful, able to indulge his every passion, and Livermore loved beautiful women. The newspapers went so far as to claim he had fallen for the famous Lillian Russell, girlfriend of Diamond Jim Brady. Russell was known as the American Beauty. A woman of classic looks, she was born in 1861 in Clinton, Iowa. Her real name was Helen Louise Leonard. She moved with her family to New York after the Civil War. She was taking singing lessons when Tony Pastor heard her and signed her up to appear at his casino. She later appeared with the McCall Opera Company at Weber and Fields Music Hall before forming her own company. She was the toast of New York at the turn of the century. She had a great love for jewelry and an outgoing, dazzling personality. It was no surprise when she fell for Diamond Jim. Diamond Jim was as flamboyant and colorful as Russell. He started as a baggage handler on the railroads, then became a salesman, and finally a supplier of equipment to every railroad in the United States. The first line of equipment he sold, the equipment that made his first fortune, was barbed wire. A man of giant appetites, some people believed he had eaten himself to death when he died in 1917. He adorned his body with diamonds, stick pins, cufflinks, and rings. Diamonds were even sewn into his pants as buttons to hold up his substantial suspenders, and he loved to give away diamonds, especially to the American Beauty, Russell. Diamond Jim was a legend as a gourmand as well, reported to have gone to incredible extremes to satisfy his appetites for pleasure. He supposedly sent a spy to the Café Margerie in Paris to steal the recipe for its famous Sol de Margerie. When his successful spy returned to New York, Brady gave a dinner for Victor Herbert, the composer, and Marshall Field, the department store king, to introduce them to the dish. While they were eating, Diamond Jim exclaimed, "Put this sauce on a goddamn Turkish towel and you could eat it." Livermore was said to have started courting Russell in 1907, just after he made his first million in the panic. He supposedly wined her and dined her all over New York and stole her away from Diamond Jim. The rumors became official when he was reported to have cruised down to Palm Beach with her aboard the Anita Venetian. But it was not Livermore who was courting Russell. It was his good friend Alexander P. Moore, who was married at the time. Moore would later become ambassador to Spain, and he would remain a lifelong friend of Livermore's. Rich and privileged from birth, Moore admired and respected Livermore, the self-made trader. Livermore smiled to himself when he read about his affair in the Police Gazette. The Gazette accused him of being the reason behind the breakup of the most famous couple in New York. Livermore loved his little secrets. He, Moore, and Russell knew what was really going on, and that was enough. Livermore had it all. He was in his 30s and was a legend on Wall Street. J.P. Morgan himself had even once asked him to stop selling short, stop driving the market down. Heady stuff for a young, self-made trader who had had no formal education or bloodline to provide him with social standing or a stake to get established. He carried on in Palm Beach at the Breakers Hotel in the company of Russell and his elegant friend Moore. He had $3 million in the bank. Life was beautiful. What could go wrong? The three of them enjoyed a marvelous meal at the Breakers and took 2 pedicabs, the famous white wicker 3-wheeled Palm Beach cabs pedaled by well-dressed black drivers, to Bradley's Beach Club for a little gambling. Russell and Moore headed straight for the roulette wheel, and Livermore sat down for some chemin de fer. After a while he left the table and joined Edward Bradley, the owner, for a drink in the bar. Percy Thomas, the Cotton King, was also in the bar, sitting by himself at another table. "Shame about the Cotton King," Livermore said. "Yes, he was one of our best customers." Bradley added, "I like him and we have an understanding that he doesn't gamble until he gets back on his feet. But he's always welcome for dinner and drinks." The conversation drifted on to other things. Bradley finished his drink of soda water, the only thing he ever drank, and left the table. Thomas came over to Livermore and asked, "May I join you, Mr. Livermore?" "Sure, call me JL," Livermore answered, pointing to an empty chair. Thomas was smooth, cultured, erudite, and magnetic. He was a powerful force of nature, able to converse on any subject. They talked of music. Livermore loved classical music and light opera. It was one of the reasons he liked Russell so much. He and Moore attended many of her performances. Thomas finally came out with the reason for the visit. "JL, I have something on my mind and I would like to come to the point." "By all means," Livermore said. "Let's be partners in the cotton market. I'm flattered. If I was going to be partners with anyone it would probably be you. But I'm sure you know I play a lone hand. I always have and I always will. I know you are considered a world expert on the cotton market, and I have admired your plays in the market for a long time. But I play alone. It's one of my rules. Listen, young man, I have never seen a trader like you. How you got out of the trap that Cutton set for you in that corn market corner was amazing. Cutton was sure he had you, and how you knew the boys in Chicago would go for that play in Oats that looked like the Armours were buyers. A master play, masterful. It was a stroke of luck and good timing, that's all. A stroke of inspiration is more like it, and planting that article in the World, Livermore corners the cotton market. Sheer brilliance, my boy, sheer brilliance. I didn't plant that article. I was as surprised as anybody else was. That's why I like to play alone. I don't like explaining my moves to anyone, and I don't take the time to complain if I'm wrong. I simply don't want to have anyone with me to whom I have to explain my actions. I understand and respect what you're saying, JL. He paused. You know I got wiped out in March cotton, kicked right in the ass, so I'm coming to you at a point of weakness in my life. I have been down to rock bottom several times myself and always risen again. You will too. Livermore had brought along his checkbook. He reached in his pocket and took it out along with a pen. I would consider it an honor to help you out financially. Just name the amount. No, sir, I thank you, but that's not my aim. I lost because I don't have your trading savvy, your feel for the market, your timing. And that is what I want and why I want you to be my partner. My position remains steadfast. I trade alone. There was a long pause as the Cotton King studied the young Jesse Livermore in his black silk tuxedo. He smiled at the young man. No reason we can't be friends, is there? None at all. In fact, let's have dinner tomorrow at the Breakers. I'll introduce you to my friends. They had dinner the next night. They enjoyed each other's company at the Breakers bar, on the beach, and in the ballroom listening to the orchestra. Eventually, they became inseparable friends. The Cotton King and the boy plunger made quite a pair. With the addition of Russell and more to the mix, the whispers would cross the room like a soft tropical breeze whenever they entered. Thomas took special care to tutor Livermore on the cotton markets, the entire history of cotton in America, including the origin of worldwide demand for cotton, and where the cotton would come from to fill that ever-increasing demand. He informed Livermore of the newly planted Egyptian cotton fields and considered whether they would work and what effect they would have on the overall world trade. It was a complete and thorough advanced university-level education in cotton, taught by the smartest, most acclaimed expert in the field. Livermore listened, his brilliant mind absorbing every detail, but there was a problem. He did not always agree with his learned friend because he approached the subject differently. He looked only at market action, the facts of the marketplace, not the fundamentals of the cotton industry. He did not care why things happened in the market. He cared only what happened every day when the market opened. He was interested only in what the tape told him, the current facts, the price. Livermore also believed that the market did not operate on current information. It already knew the present and was operating on the future, on factors unknown at the time even to the experts. The market was blending the future into the present, and he did not believe the market operated on a fundamentally reasonable basis. He believed it operated most often on an emotional basis. Reason did not prevail. Livermore wrestled with a simple thought: the Cotton King went broke. How could he go broke if he knew so much? Livermore also had gone broke. The difference was that he did not think he knew everything. He observed that the market always did what it wanted to do, not what it was expected to do, and the market did it with no immediate explanations. But Livermore still listened attentively, hoping he would learn something. Livermore had always operated by himself in secrecy and silence. He had developed rules of trading that had cost him dearly, the Livermore laws for market trading. But no person is a robot, always able to control all emotions, innermost drives and fears and hopes. Despite his reservations, it was not long before Livermore was under the Cotton King's spell. Thomas believed everything that he said, and he spoke with passion about his favorite subjects. He had convinced Livermore of his honesty and sincerity when he refused Livermore's offer of money to get back on his feet. The facts he gave about the cotton market were indisputable, and they were logical. Livermore, on the other hand, had little logic to offer on the behavior of the commodity markets. Livermore was a speculator who had been doing his job for 16 years. He did not know cotton any better than he knew steel, coal, corn, oats, wheat, or any other commodity. But he knew how the market acted and reacted. When Livermore checked some of the facts that Thomas offered against actual market movements, he found that the king often was correct in his predictions. He began to think, maybe there's something I'm missing in my trading. Maybe there is a better way to analyze the movements of the markets. In addition, Thomas had proprietary ways of obtaining information. He had thousands of spies throughout the South who reported to him on crop conditions. These facts were shown to Livermore. The conclusion seemed obvious. It was clear which way to trade the futures market, up or down, based on this secret information associated with expected supply and demand. Every good lawyer, philosopher, salesperson, or liar knows that the way to convince someone is to get them to accept the basic facts, the premises. Then they will have no choice but to agree with the undeniable conclusions. Once Livermore accepted the truth of the secret facts Thomas fed him from his secret reports, he had to believe in the same conclusions as Thomas. This episode became one of the biggest lessons in Livermore's life. It explains why he later would speak to no one, ever, about what he was doing, and why he would ask people to keep their trades and tips to themselves. During this time, he was also very friendly with Bernard Baruch, who had experienced something similar. Baruch commented, "If you know something about the stock I'm trading in, something really, really important, please keep it to yourself. Don't tell me." He added this quote to his boys' market lessons. When Livermore first met with Thomas, he was bearish on cotton and he had a small short position. After talking to Thomas for about a month, he reversed himself. Of course, Livermore often reversed himself on his stock positions, using deductive reasoning. If I'm wrong in thinking a stock is going up and long that stock, well then, I must be right if I go short because history has taught me that if it doesn't go up it will most probably go down. He plunged. He went for a line of 60,000 bales. Since he had broken one of his primary rules about taking tips, playing another person's game, he then proceeded to break a few more. Cotton moved against him, so, against his own rules, he bought more, dollar averaging down instead of selling out and perhaps reversing his position. He also had a heavy line of wheat in which he had a profit. He continued to buy cotton until he had accumulated 150,000 bales. Then he broke yet another rule. He was overextended on his margin, so he sold the profitable wheat position and kept the losing cotton position. Always sell the loser, keep the winner. He knew the rule, but he did not act on it. As soon as he sold the position, wheat went up 20 cents, a potential profit of $8 million and a fact that upset his judgment even more. With his judgment crumbling, his confidence soon followed. His erratic behavior increased. He bought even more cotton, thinking it was at the bottom, but it was not. He had 440,000 bales in his account when the dawn broke, and he saw what a fool he was. He sold out his position. He had lost his millions. He was left with less than $300,000 out of $3 million, a staggering loss of $2.7 million. He had been seduced by the Cotton King and his logic, and he had paid the price. Livermore understood that Thomas did not benefit from this personally. His magnetic personality was so persuasive that he had mentally overpowered Livermore when he explained his interpretation of the cotton market. Thomas had been the catalyst for Jesse Livermore's ruin this time. But Livermore held no animosity for Thomas. He considered it one more lesson learned. He had engaged in another form of taking tips, a lesson apparently not learned well enough the first time. Thomas had presented what Livermore later thought of as slick tips because they were so well thought out, well presented, and well intentioned. And Thomas did not personally benefit from his information. Very, very seductive. Of course, the price tag was basically $3 million a lesson. Livermore had been a millionaire for less than a year. He was forced to sell the Anita Venetian and the Riverside Drive apartment, along with its beautiful furnishings. Why did he follow the lead of Thomas, whom everyone knew had been busted in March cotton? Was Livermore just a flash in the pan, like so many other Wall Street boy wonders who made a killing and then got killed themselves? People who patrolled the canyons of Wall Street wondered about the boy plunger. What the hell happened to the great trader? Livermore now needed money to rebuild his former position, and he needed it fast. The emotions he felt over this loss caused him to make another mistake, break another rule. Illogically, he wanted the market to pay him back for his losses. So he went back into the market with a vengeance, but his trading ability was shot. He was an emotional wreck. Instead of returning to the market, he should have gone away to get his emotional balance back. But convinced he was the great trader everybody thought he was, he plunged back into the market, losing the last of his stake. He then operated on credit and went into debt to the people who backed him. He finally tallied it up months later. He owed his brokers and creditors well over $1 million. He had lost his $3 million and another million to boot. Some operator, he thought to himself. Some bad operator. It was an emotionally crippled, despondent Livermore who stood on the track waiting for the train to Chicago. He was again down to rock bottom. He planned to go to Chicago in search of bucket shops, or to see if he could perhaps make a living from the grain pits. He was confused and disgusted with himself. The only thing he could be sure of was that he had to get out of New York City, and he did. In Chicago, Livermore suffered a complete emotional breakdown, a deep depression. He studied his book of trades and fell deeper and deeper into the black hole. His last trades after the cotton fiasco were erratic, almost like those of some other trader. He was trading like a wild gambler, not even as well as he had as a youth. His confidence was gone. He could not recover his equilibrium. Only a year before he could easily trade a line of 100,000 shares or more at his brokerage firm, $10 million of equities. He would be lucky to deal in hundreds of shares now. He had been lured away from his own trading methods, influenced by other traders, and become so upset by his battering losses that his judgment was now just no good. Worst of all, his cocky confidence was gone, the confidence in himself that he needed to survive. He did not have the old attitude, "I made money before, and I shall make it again." After several months of despair, Livermore finally summoned up the courage to analyze his behavior and try to isolate what he had done wrong. He finally had to confront the human side of his personality, his emotions and his feelings, which he had denied all his life. He knew the technical side of the market, but he did not know his emotions. Why had he thrown his market principles, his trading theories, his hard-earned laws to the wind? His wild behavior had crushed him financially and spiritually. Why had he done it? He finally realized it was his vanity, his ego. That day when he had held the fate of the market in his hands, when the great J.P. Morgan had asked him to stop shorting the market, had been too much for him. This outstanding success, making more than $1 million in one day, had shaken him to his foundations. It was not that he could not deal with failure. He had been dealing with failure all his life. What he could not deal with was success. He had now learned that success is just as hard to deal with as failure. Both can ruin a person. In Chicago, he acquired a small stake, borrowed from a friendly broker who knew Livermore's power to generate commissions and wealth. His troubles were not over. Years later, Livermore would recount this story to Ed Bradley. Late one night in the bar at the beach club after Bradley asked him what was the worst experience he had ever had in his early days on Wall Street. He later repeated this to his son Paul. "A short time after I arrived in Chicago, maybe 3 months, I got a telegram to come back to New York. It was from a friend of mine who I will call Fred, the office manager of a large brokerage firm. I called Fred and was told, 'JL, it will be worth your while to come to New York. There is someone here who wants to talk to you.' I caught the next train back to New York and had the most incredible experience of my life. One that I would regret all my life. When I arrived in the brokerage office in New York, I was immediately taken by Fred to meet the owner, a prosperous and well-known man who I will call Charles. After the introductions, Fred excused himself. The owner of the firm got right down to business. 'Livermore, I'm very sorry to hear of the trouble you suffered in cotton. I know you listened to the Cotton King and he got you off your game. Percy means well. He could sell ice cubes to Eskimos. He's convincing. He can't help himself. He would have been a great politician. You are not the first or the only one who has followed the Cotton King down the slide. I know your trading history. I know about the panic of 1907 and how you handled yourself when Morgan sent his message to you. It was all over the street. Well, to make a long story short, I'm willing to back you.' He reached in his pocket and pulled out his checkbook and wrote a check for $25,000. 'Here, take this. It will get you started.' I looked at the check and then back at the man who had handed it to me and asked, 'What's the catch?' 'The catch is I want you to do all your trading here, nowhere else,' he said. 'What if I lose it?' I asked. 'I'll give you more. You will win and I will back you until you win,' he told me. 'I still don't get it,' I said. 'Well, I knew you wouldn't. I'm not talking to you and backing you because you are dumb. You are a secretive and silent kind of trader, my kind of trader, so nobody knows how much money you have left or who your backers are,' he said. 'You want a share of the profits for the stake?' I asked. 'No, I'll tell you exactly what I want. I have several large investors who really carry the firm's business, and I don't want people to know what they are doing. If you are in the house, they will not know who is making the trades. You are famous for trading in large lots and for trading on the bear side for your short selling. I was suspicious, so I'll be the cover story for any large transactions that come out of this house, particularly on the selling side.' 'Yes, exactly,' he said. It would also be a way for your customers to sell large blocks of stock into the market without it being noticed, I said. Yes, but that's not going to interfere with what you are doing, and it's perfectly legal. Let them think what they want, he countered. I was desperate to get back in the action, so I banked the check and started trading. I did well. It was a strong bull market, and in 3 weeks the 25,000 had grown to 150,000. Then I made my first big mistake. I went to Charles, the owner of the brokerage house, and said, "Here's the 25,000 I borrowed from you. Keep it Livermore. Wait until you have some real money in that account, then you can pay me back," was his answer. This made sense to me. He was getting good commissions. I carried on for a few more weeks. I liked Charles, my benefactor, who was ready to back me when no one else would. I felt a moral obligation to the man, a loyalty. More important, my malaise of the spirit, my depression was lifting. My spirit was returning. I was starting to be my old self again, and I was making money. Then I turned bearish on the market and sold 10,000 shares of the Chesapeake and Atlantic Railroad short. I was startled the next day to be called into Charles's office, and he told me, "JL, I canceled that 10,000 share sell order of yours yesterday and went long for you. But I feel we are entering a downward trending market," I said. "No, my boy, the president of that railroad is my brother-in-law married to my favorite sister. I know things that I can't tell you. The stock's going up," he said. The stock fell just as I had predicted, and my profits were wiped out. Charles came to me. "Don't worry, JL. I'll help you get that back. It may take a little time, but it's bound to make a recovery." And just as he had told me, a little while later he returned with a fistful of credit slips that brought my balance back to a credit. He told me, "By the way, I've just bought you 10,000 shares of Southern Atlantic and put them into your account." "Isn't that another railroad controlled by your brother-in-law?" I asked. "Yes, it is, with great prospects for growth," he answered. The Southern Atlantic shares fell, and I was sold out in the next few days, another loss. Again I heard, "Don't worry, JL. Everything is going to be all right." I made enough to stay alive, but not to pay off my substantial prior indebtedness of over $1 million. I finally figured out what was going on. My benefactor, Charles, the owner of the brokerage house, was liquidating his brother-in-law's estate. His brother-in-law was one of the wealthiest men in America. It was common knowledge that the brother-in-law was sick, incurable, and now, after years of sickness, close to death. I decided to talk to Fred, the man who had sent me the telegram in Chicago, the office manager of the firm. I had a drink with him one night and told him what I had figured out. I said, "I believe I've been used as a foil, a red herring, a cover story by Charles to liquidate his brother-in-law's estate. So no one on the street would know or suspect what was going on while this big estate was liquidated, and there would be no deep loss in the price of the estate stocks, particularly railroad stocks." The office manager looked at me and said, "Yes, I guess that's true, and now that the estate is practically in cash, I can tell you about it." "So the money I received and the losses I incurred in my account were chicken feed compared to what we are dealing with here?" I asked. "Yes," he said. "So I'm right. I was the firm's decoy, the patsy that kept everybody on the street from triggering to what was really going on," I said. "That was a small part of it," he said. "What do you mean a small part? What else could it have been?" I asked. "The boss knew we would be entering a bear market sooner or later. He knew you were a great trader. He saw what you did here in the first 3 weeks before he started trading your account for you." "Yes, it was true. It was good for him to have you here as a smoke screen for what was really going on. That part is true, but the main reason was he wanted you under the roof here while he was liquidating," he explained to me. "What do you mean?" "I still don't understand," I said. "Listen, JL, when you were really back on your feet, and you would be, sooner or later, nobody doubted that you would be swinging a line of at least 200,000 or 300,000 shares. You would have picked up on the fact that there was a huge amount of stock being distributed in those railroad stocks that came from Charles's brother-in-law's estate. You would have triggered to it and raided the hell out of those stocks, driving the stocks down and down, with one of those classic bear raids you're famous for, and Charles knew it," he said. I was flabbergasted. Because I had lost my confidence, I was not looking for deeper motivations, darker motivations, more intelligent motivations like I would have normally. I had only seen the surface behavior, not what was behind it. I had never considered the fact that by keeping me chained up in a cage, I would not be a factor in upsetting one of the largest stock distributions in history. Charles's sister's estate, when the trading was over, was valued at over $250 million. I was shaken. I had acted out of gratitude to a man I thought was backing me, helping me, and once again, like with the Cotton King, I had unwittingly done another man's bidding. A smart man, a brilliant man, a man who could find the Achilles heel of people and could use that weakness to his own benefit. What a shock! My benefactor had more confidence in my trading ability than I had in myself. But I was not angry with Charles. He had operated for reasons of his own. His sister was the ultimate beneficiary of the estate, and he felt obliged to get the most money for her. I was just a pawn in a more devious man's game. What really disturbed and upset me was that I had missed the action in a good market climate where I could have made up all my losses. Instead, I was still deeply in debt. I had been used, but I had let myself be used by not following one of my own rules, trade alone, and only for my own account. I cleared out my desk that night and then walked into Charles's office and said, in my calmest voice, "I will no longer be trading in this office." Charles looked me in the eye and nodded, no expression on his face. He knew that I had figured out his game. As I turned and headed for the door, Charles said, "We'll miss you around here, JL." "I'll bet you will, Charles. I'll bet you will," I said, closing the door behind me. First Percy, the Cotton King, and then Charles, my alleged benefactor. Was I ever going to learn my lesson? Livermore finished his old-fashioned and ordered another one. He looked Ed Bradley, one of the most famous gamblers who ever lived, in the eye and smiled. "It's your turn, Ed. You heard my sad story. Tell me one of yours." Both of these men were famous for their silent and secret lives, but each felt easy with the other. "All right, JL. I'll tell you one of mine. You know that I love horses, JL. They are my real passion. I don't know why. I fell in love with horses when I went out west to cure a mild case of tuberculosis. I got involved with those wild and woolly characters that roamed the West in those days and became a scout for the U.S. Army. I used to bet heavily on the Indian pony races whenever I could find them, and later I actually got involved in owning racetracks in New Orleans and Florida. But it was the horses I loved. In fact, I prefer the company of horses to people, present company excluded, JL. I get my biggest thrill from my farm in Kentucky, watching the colts being born and seeing how they live out their bloodlines. One of my early great Kentucky Derby contenders was Blue Larkspur. You know I'm superstitious, JL. I guess all gamblers are. All my horses' names begin with a B because of my first great horse, Bad News, because bad news travels fast. Anyway, Blue Larkspur had won 6 of his 7 races as a 2-year-old and was the even money favorite for the Derby. I bet $125,000 on him to win. Then, before the race, the rains came down at Churchill Downs. It poured for hours. I talked to the trainer and we decided to change Blue Larkspur into mud shoes. The race began. The gate slammed open and Blue Larkspur lost his footing right from the get-go. He slip-slid all over that track, almost fell, coulda broke his leg. He finally got his footing back and finished 4th out of 21 in the field. After the race, I went down to look at the horse and found that his shoes had not been changed. The blacksmith had something against the trainer, something about a woman they shared. Said he was going to change him to mud shoes when the trainer told him, but instead he skipped right out the back door of Churchill Downs. Could have killed Blue Larkspur. You just never know what the hell is going on in people's heads. Livermore pondered the story Bradley had told him. He finally asked the old Indian scout, "Ed, what happened to the blacksmith?" "Now, JL, there's a limit to what I'm willing to tell, and that's a story that nobody's ever gonna hear." By 1910, Livermore was back in New York with a very small stake. The power had left the long-running bull market, and there was a general apathy on the street. The action stagnated as the market wandered in a sideways pattern, hard to read. Livermore went from brokerage house to brokerage house over the next 4 years. He was able to get lines of credit in various houses, but he continued to trade badly. Still angry and resentful, he was not able to trade with a clear mind, and he suffered badly from his ever-present depression. He simply could not get his emotional balance back. He also wore the oppressive cloak of a person in debt. He was at heart a New Englander. He had been taught as a boy, neither a borrower nor a lender be. He hated being in debt. The guilt lay heavily on his shoulders. He believed people should pay off their debts, and he was in deep debt to his friends he saw every day on the street. Suicide even began to cross his mind as he sank deeper into a seemingly bottomless depression. He finally realized that he could give up and end it all, or he could analyze his problem. He chose the latter. The problem, as far as he could tell, was simply money, or the lack thereof. Livermore had built up a multimillion-dollar fortune from the few dollars his mother had given him. What was keeping him from doing it again? Charles had thought Livermore could do it. That was why he had corralled Livermore while he disposed of his brother-in-law's fortune. Livermore concluded that he was not the trader he once had been. His mind was not functioning properly, could not function properly with all these constant dark thoughts of debt and failure. It was not the market's fault. No matter what the market was doing, he knew there were always situations to be found where money could be made. It was the nature of the market never to be still. There were always opportunities. So what was his real problem? Why was his judgment bad? He was depressed all the time. Why? He was depressed because he owed money, mostly to his friends. He knew he could never trade well again unless he lifted the black oppressive mantle of debt off his shoulders. He decided to go bankrupt. He had to free his mind of the black thoughts that followed debt. He had to be clear-minded to trade and get back in business. He needed a new start. He paid visits to each of his creditors before he went to see his lawyer to file for bankruptcy. He promised to pay them back. They smiled and shook his hand. "We know you'll make it square with us, JL," they said to him. They, like Charles, had more confidence in him than he had in himself. "We have no doubt you will be back on your feet again. You're not the first, nor will you be the last, to be leveled by Wall Street. You get yourself together. We'll be waiting for you to trade again out of our office. I'll pay you back what I owe you, every cent. We know you will." "Yes, sir, I will." "All right, now there is one thing," many of them told him. "What's that?" Livermore asked. "We will not be listing our debt in your bankruptcy. No sense, Jesse, in making public what's just between us, is there?" With the exception of a few brokerage firms, most of his creditors refused to file their debtor claims with the bankruptcy court. It was still a horrific experience for Livermore. It was 1914, and the Great War had just begun in Europe. The stock market was closed from July 31 to December 15, 1914. Livermore was broke and living in a second-rate hotel, the Breton Hall at Broadway and 86th Street. He visited his lawyer, who filed his bankruptcy petition. Ashamed, he kept to himself and waited. On February 18, 1915, he read a summary of the last 5 years of his life in the New York Times. Jesse L. Livermore, whose spectacular rise to fortune during the Panic of 1907 and his equally startling losses in cotton a few months later made him one of the well-known characters in Wall Street. Yesterday, he filed a voluntary petition for bankruptcy in the Federal District Court. He gave Breton Hall, Broadway, and 86th Street as his residence and said he owed $102,474. The value of his assets were unknown. Mr. Livermore is only 38 years old, and from the age of 16 he has been a speculator. His chance came in 1906, when he came to the conclusion that the market was on the downgrade. He began to sell short in Union Pacific, Reading, copper, and smelters, and in 1907, when the crest came, he covered his short contracts and made a comfortable fortune. In the following August, he was attracted by the high price of cotton in Liverpool and scented another slump. He made another big killing, and by 1908 was credited with being worth from $2 million to $3 million. In August 1908, however, the luck began to turn against him. He was caught on the long side with 600,000 bales of October cotton, and as the price broke 67 points, he was supposed to have lost his fortune. Livermore folded the newspaper, laid it on his dresser, rose from his threadbare chair, and entered the small bathroom. He took his time and dressed in his usual dapper manner. He walked down to Wall Street, one of the longest walks of his life. He entered the brokerage offices of Charles, his old benefactor, whom he had not seen or spoken to in 4 years. He had removed the cloak of debt. Now he had to find out if he could still trade. For Livermore, there was only one way to determine if he had lost his touch. He had to lay his money on the line and let the tape tell him if he was right or not. His chances were running out, and he knew it. Chapter 6. Back on his game. There's a fine line between eccentrics and geniuses. If you're a little ahead of your time, you're an eccentric, and if you're a little too late, you're a failure. But if you hit it right on the head, you're a genius. Thomas J. Watson, Jr., founder of IBM. Livermore took a final deep breath and walked into the offices of his former benefactor. He was received immediately and was seated facing Charles. The New York Times lay on Charles's desk. Neither of them spoke of its contents. "I need a line," Livermore said without any preamble. Charles sat in silence, studying Livermore, keeping his thoughts and emotions to himself. Both of them knew there was no need to talk of the past. "How much?" Charles asked. "You decide." Charles stood and walked to his office window. It was 1915, with a tricky wartime stock market in which a person could make a fortune or lose one in a few minutes of speculation. "All right, JL. I'll give you a line of 500 shares. I'll authorize it today to be put in your account. We kept your account open, you know. You thought I'd be back. Maybe." "Thank you," Livermore said. The two shook hands and Livermore walked out of the office. It was a small line for a trader like Livermore, but there was no restriction on the price of the shares. With a $150 stock, he could put out a line of $75,000. It was a start. Now he had to decide what to do. He had only limited capital. He could afford no losses. He was determined to stick to his old trading rules, but it would be difficult to put out probes and buy small positions to test his judgment. He had no room for mistakes. This might be his last chance. His first trade must be profitable, yet he could not let the pressure of his limited capital force him into bad decisions. He concluded that the market was in a strong upward trend, so he would trade on the upside buy long. He also knew that stocks tended to react positively when they crossed par at 100, 200, or 300. His failings, his frailties, were clearer to him. His limitations were known, but they must not upset his confidence. He was anxious to trade in this active wartime market. For this reason, he did not go back to Charles's brokerage firm. Instead, for 6 long weeks, broke and living on a tiny amount of money, he studied the tape, analyzing every trade as it crossed through the ticker. He knew that if he went to the offices of his benefactor, where he had credit, he might make a play and execute a trade in the heat of the action. He did not want to do this. He wanted everything to be in his favor for this first key trade, so he stayed out of temptation's way, studying the tape. He knew now that his biggest enemy was his own emotions. Every trader had to face this sooner or later. He needed every factor in his favor. He finally chose Bethlehem Steel, an obvious choice in wartime years, and a choice known to the trading public. Livermore sat and watched the stock climb to 98, only 2 points from par 100, and he felt that if the stock passed through 100, it would skyrocket. He ran over to the brokerage house and bought 500 shares of Bethlehem Steel at $98. When the stock hit $114, he bought a second 500 shares on margin, giving him 1,000 shares on the long side. The next day, the stock hit $145. Livermore closed out his Bethlehem Steel trade a few days later with over $50,000 of profit. This meant he could exercise a line of $500,000 on 10% margin. He was back in the game. In the aftermath of his bankruptcy, he had no creditors to think about, and now he had a decent line to trade with. His confidence began to return. He could start to trade in his old manner, and he did so with good success for the rest of the year. Putting together a string of profitable trades, he brought his equity up close to $500,000. His only setback was the sinking of the Lusitania on May 7, 1915. Everyone believed the United States would enter the Great War. The market plummeted on the news, and Livermore suffered badly. He covered his positions quickly and finished out 1915 with only $150,000 in equity in his account, Not bad, considering. He was definitely back in business, but more important, he had found his trading form. He was now following his own rules and working hard to avoid his emotional flaws. His ex-wife Nettie appeared in his life again after he started to recover from his bankruptcy. He had seen very little of her since their separation. He gave her a stipend of $1,000 a week to cover her expenses, to make up for the lean years, he told her. He also set her up with a good-sized home on Long Island and gave her money to fill it with furniture and a car for the garage. The United States did not enter the war after the sinking of the Lusitania, as so many had predicted. The American people were strong isolationists who wanted nothing to do with a foreign war. It did not take long for the market to recover. Livermore was now trading in a full wartime economy bull market. The United States was operating at full industrial capacity, shipping out all the products the war-torn world needed, while gold was being shipped to the United States by foreign nations to pay for goods. Things were booming. All through 1916, Livermore remained bullish, actively trading. But like bear markets, bull markets do not last forever, and Livermore started fishing for the top. He kept his eyes on the market leaders, as he had done in 1906 and 1907, because he knew that when those leaders started to top out and roll over, that would be the first signal to start preparing for a bear market. He also knew that markets did not suddenly change precipitously in either direction. They gave plenty of signals, clues, if he could read them objectively. He compared market directions to advancing opposed armies, the bull army and the bear army. When the leading divisions of the army, in this case the leading stocks, started to get beaten down and turned around, that was the time to light the caution lamp. When they started to roll over and retreat, that was the time to change the strategy and start trading in the opposite direction. He believed that the market leaders of the 1916 bull market gave strong, if subtle, clues. The market was like a smooth card player. It did not tip its hand for everyone to see. Livermore had to be aware, astute, alert, ready to read the signs, because on an early call for a major market turn in trend, he would be going against public opinion that would still be seduced by the strong momentum of the existing market. Livermore's experience had taught him to stand apart from the crowd at these major turning points in the market, heading in the opposite direction. This had never bothered him, because it was at these times that he made his greatest money. He reverted to his time-tested technique of sending out probes, buying small positions to see if he was correct in his assessment of the market. Slowly he took positions in 12 stocks, including the market leaders Steel, Baldwin, American Can, General Motors, Chrysler, and Anaconda Copper. He sold short a total of 60,000 shares, which was a reasonably modest position for him by this time. He waited, and the tape dropped about 4 points across the board. He knew he was right, doubled his position to 120,000 shares, and waited. It was at this time that a scandalous leak came out of Washington, claiming that President Woodrow Wilson had issued a peace offering to Germany and the Allies to end the war. The market tumbled on the good news, because peace in Europe would kill the healthy wartime economy of supplying foreign nations. Livermore had a steadfast rule that if something serendipitous, an unplanned windfall, should occur, he must capitalize on it and not be greedy, accept his good fortune and close out his position. Livermore also had 120,000 shares of stock to sell, which was a hefty position to liquidate in the 1916 market. The leak occurred on the morning of December 20, 1916. Livermore was back in Palm Beach. Having recouped his fortune, he could afford to vacation in his favorite spot again. He had wandered into the offices of Finlay, Barrell and Company. He had no account with this broker. He was just watching the tape and reading the newspapers when he was shown a private telegram from the home office of Finlay, Barrell. "Look at this telegram, Mr. Livermore," the office manager said. "Wilson to offer peace to warring parties later today," Livermore read out loud. The wire came from a Washington reporter named W. Price, whom Livermore had heard about. "You think this is on the level?" Livermore asked the clerk. "I think so, yes, sir," the office manager said. Livermore thanked the manager, went to one of his own Palm Beach brokers, the E.F. Hutton office, and asked if they had heard anything about the news of a peace offering from President Wilson. They said no. He called Ed Hutton in New York. Hutton said he had not heard anything. Livermore watched the market weaken in front of his eyes. He ordered lunch sent in and set to watching the market. A little after 1 p.m., E.F. Hutton's telegraph department sent an urgent flash telegram to all of the company's officers. It said the same thing as the wire that Livermore had already read in the Finlay, Barrel offices earlier that morning. Livermore checked the major wire services, but there was no news about President Wilson offering a plan for peace to Germany. But the rumor of peace in Europe had been born, and the market started to sag as people started to unload before the news became known to the public. Then it looked as if the rumor was going to be confirmed, and the market really started to plummet. Soon the news of possible peace was on everyone's lips. Bids were pulled and prices sank. Bernard Baruch, a friend of Livermore's, was heavily involved in the action. He had been short, like Livermore, and he was pounding away on the short side, selling into any situation that still looked good to him. But Livermore was looking to cover his short position of 120,000 shares, and so, at 2 p.m., he became a buyer of stock. He had covered all his shorts by 3 p.m., and the close of business. Baruch had made a substantial profit recently, over $3 million, with the bulk of it coming during this sudden sell-off following the rumors out of Washington. A congressional committee was formed to investigate the leak. Baruch admitted to the committee that he had used the leak to trade war stocks, but maintained that he had made a profit of only $465,000. Livermore, on the other hand, explained to the committee that he was often short the market and that he had established his 120,000 share position 7 weeks before the Wilson peace proposal because he felt that the market had topped out. He was subpoenaed on February 1. The next day, the New York Times quoted him. "How could I have known that far back that President Wilson was going to make a peace offering to Germany to end the war? I doubt if the president himself knew 7 weeks ago that he was going to offer a proposal of peace." As a result of this famous incident, the New York Stock Exchange changed its rules and banned traders from acting on news leaks, an idea which, though laudable, was completely unenforceable. It was at this crucial juncture that something strange again happened to Livermore. He told both his sons the story, years later, one night at dinner. "I was seeing some friends off at Grand Central Station. I walked with them to my private railway car, which I was loaning to them, to take them down to Palm Beach. The porter walked beside us pushing the trolley with their luggage. When we got to the car, my friend reached over to pick up his wife's jewelry case from the trolley, and his hat fell off and rolled under the car. The porter reached under the car to pick up the Stetson Homburg from the tracks, and he handed it to me to give to my friend. I looked down at the upturned hat. In the hat band there were initials in gold W.R. for Warren Augustus Reed, my friend's initials. Well, that was a message to me, boys, a sign, and I raced back to the office and started selling in earnest. I already was short the market, but now there was no question in my mind. War was coming to the United States. 4 months later, on April 6, 1917, the United States joined the Allies in the Great European War. The people of the United States had initially been against entering directly into a European war, but they had agreed to supply the Allies with war goods and armaments. However, after a series of incidents involving the German policy of unrestricted submarine warfare and the sinking of U.S. ships, the United States finally entered the fray and declared war on Germany. Near that time, in early 1917, Livermore made one of his proudest walks down Wall Street. He departed from his new offices at 111 Broadway, stopped at each of his creditors, and wrote checks paying off all his bankruptcy debts in full. "Let me add some interest to the amount I owe you," Livermore offered, but each creditor refused. They simply accepted the checks, smiled, shook his hand, and wished him luck for the future. It was another act that added to his legend on Wall Street. Livermore was 40 years of age. He decided to make a few changes in his life. He established a $500,000 trust fund for himself, which would spin off an income of $30,000 a year. He would never be poor again. Livermore was also about to fall in love. Flo Ziegfeld was a close friend of Livermore's. Ziegfeld was the creator of the Ziegfeld Follies, featuring beautiful women, beautiful sets, and beautiful music. The legendary staging of scantily clad women carrying exotic fans, parading around magnificent sets, up and down elaborate staircases, was an extravagant spectacle. It was the hottest show on Broadway. One day Ziegfeld called Livermore. "JL, I have someone you just have to meet. A little brunette that lights up any room she's in. You need to meet her, JL. She'll light up your boring life. It must get boring making all that money. You know, all work and too much play makes a man poor. We only pass through these earthly portals one time, JL. We are not here for a long time, so it should be a good time. I'm not arguing, Flo. Well, I'm having a little soiree at my apartment tonight. She'll be there. Will you, JL? Yes, Flo, I'll be there." That night, Livermore walked into Ziegfeld's magnificent penthouse apartment in Manhattan and promptly fell in love with Dorothy Went. She was small, a brunette, with the most gorgeous hazel green eyes he had ever seen. They were piercing and laughing at the same time. She sat with half a dozen people around her, entertaining them all with her lively chatter. Ziegfeld marched through the little crowd and introduced Livermore to her. Livermore was hooked. He went to all her shows, wined her and dined her all over New York. They fell in love, the dashing financier and the beguiling, beautiful showgirl, a storybook romance. Livermore had finally found someone whom he was desperate to marry, but he remained married to Nettie, and now he had to get a divorce. He thought that because he had given her a $1,000 a month stipend and bought her a house and a car, she would accommodate him in his request for a divorce. He was wrong. The divorce quickly became acrimonious. Livermore was in the chips again, and Nettie knew it. She also knew he was in love with another woman. She struck in the courts. The one thing Livermore did not want to lose in the divorce was his black Rolls-Royce, which he had kept for himself all these years. But he had made the mistake of parking the car in her garage, and she was not giving it up. "It's mine," was her simple explanation when he asked for it. Livermore went to W. Travers Jerome, the famous former district attorney for New York County. Jerome was a private investigator who cut an impressive figure, solidly built, full of self-confidence, and sporting a slick handlebar mustache. He was famous for his well-chronicled prosecution of one of the most infamous murderers of the 20th century, Harry K. Thaw, for the murder of the famous New York architect Stanford White. Thaw, heir to a vast Pittsburgh rail and coal fortune, shot White, an architect and New York society darling, in the roof theater of Madison Square Garden, a building White had designed, in plain view of hundreds of people. Thaw's wife, showgirl Evelyn Nesbit, had told her husband that White, her former lover, had once raped her. The shooting occurred on the evening of June 25, 1906, during the presentation of the musical Mam'selle Champagne. When the cast started singing, "I Could Love a Million Girls," which Nesbit described as a putrid number, Thaw rose and walked over to White's table. He took a pistol from his belt and fired 3 shots into White's head. He then held the smoking pistol in the air to signal that he was done. He calmly walked back to his own table and sat down. He was immediately arrested and disarmed by a fireman on duty in the garden. Lying dead, slumped on his table, head in a pool of blood, face blackened by powder burns, shot into oblivion, was America's most famous architect. The Thaw trial became the first trial of the century involving the rich and decadent, with a courtroom drama that elicited wild, frenzied press coverage. With its exposure of wealth and incredible indulgence, topped off with intimate sexual details, this trial began the practice of mass media coverage of celebrity indiscretions. White's red velvet swing, on which he liked to have women wearing no undergarments sit and swing in front of him so he could look underneath their dresses, was just one of the sexual details exposed. Nesbit told the court that White had often beaten her with a whip and had originally met her in his apartment, where he immediately drugged her with champagne and ravished her. She admitted she had sat naked in White's famous red velvet swing while he pushed her so high that her toes touched a Japanese parasol attached to the ceiling. She never properly explained why she returned to White, her former lover, so often after she had become involved with Thaw. The trial also marked the beginning of great defenses by great lawyers. Delphin Delmas, Thaw's lawyer, offered the dementia americana defense, which he defined as an affliction of the American male whose wife's purity has been violated. There were 2 trials, and Thaw was eventually found innocent by reason of insanity. Thaw spent the rest of his life in and out of insane asylums. Nesbitt lived the rest of her life continually retelling the story of that famous night. She died at the age of 82. Her last words, "Stanley White was killed in 1906, but my fate was worse. I lived." Livermore visited Jerome, gave him a duplicate set of keys and his power of attorney, and instructed him to go out to Long Island and repossess the rolls when Nettie was not around. On September 7, 1917, Nettie Livermore had the famous lawyer Jerome arrested in Oyster Bay, Long Island. The police actually put Jerome in the lockup. His partner Isidore Creasell quickly bailed him out on a $2,000 bond. Putting Jerome in jail was a mistake. He was angry. He called Livermore, and they decided to tail Nettie. A few weeks later, on September 22, there was a circus atmosphere at the courthouse for the initial hearing on the case. Justice of the Peace Allison Lones immediately began the proceedings. "Is Mrs. Livermore in court with us?" she asked. "I'm afraid Mrs. Livermore is ill, Your Honor," her attorneys, Frank Acer and Frank Davis, offered. "We would request an adjournment to a later date." "Your Honor, I beg to differ," Jerome said, rising. "I know for a fact that Mrs. Livermore was in New York last night and returned to her home in Long Island at 1 o'clock this morning. There's nothing really wrong with her." "I want Mrs. Livermore here and quick, or I'll throw out this case," the judge said. This was reported in the New York Times the next day. 10 minutes later, Nettie Livermore walked into court with an entourage of her sister, her father, and 2 friends. The judge asked how Jerome had obtained the car, and she was told that Travers had a key to the garage and to the car. Mrs. Livermore took the stand next. "What makes you think the car belongs to you, Mrs. Livermore?" the judge asked. "Mr. Livermore told me when he bought it. He said, 'Chick, this car belongs to you.' How long have you been married to Mr. Livermore?" 18 years, but we have been separated for a long time." "Have you paid for any of the upkeep of the car?" the judge asked. "No." "Is the bill of sale or the ownership in your name?" "No." "Did you know that Mr. Jerome had the power of attorney from your ex-husband to seize the car?" "Yes." "Prior to your divorce, how much were you receiving as an allowance for living?" $1,000 a week, Your Honor." "Mrs. Livermore, Officer Boker says he values the car at $25,000. Are you aware of that, and do you agree?" "Yes, Your Honor." "But this bill of sale to Mr. Livermore says $10,000. Are you aware of that also?" "Yes, Your Honor." "It seems you're aware of everything, Mrs. Livermore." "I see no merit in your case, so I'm dismissing it." The judge's gavel fell, and the case was dismissed. In an article in the New York Times on September 23, Jerome said, "The officer must have described the wrong car. Perhaps the $25,000 Rolls-Royce he had in mind is the model they make out of solid gold. And I don't think Mr. Livermore would ever say, 'Chick, this car belongs to you,' not the Jesse Livermore I know." The press reporters loved Jerome and he loved them, and they were already fascinated by the secretive Wall Street legend, Livermore. Things were going well for Livermore, and he showed his love for Dorothy Went by purchasing a large emerald stone set in a platinum ring on September 24, 1917. The reported price of the ring was $120,000. It was purchased in Palm Beach. This was to be the beginning of a massive collection of jewelry he would buy Dorothy over the years to come. The next day, Livermore also purchased a very large speedboat, which he called the Subcatcher. The boat was based in Palm Beach and Key West. Livermore was also receiving wide acclaim. He was grouped together with Bernard Baruch as one of the new breed of stock market speculators. The New York Times ran an editorial on this subject on May 13, 1917. The headline read, "Exit the swashbuckling trader of Wall Street. present-day speculator in stocks is more of a student and economist than the sensational manipulator of other years. They speculate in Wall Street these days in a way different from the methods employed in the free and easy times of John W. Gates and his coterie of wealthy plungers. Bet-A-Million Gates was a leader who had a blind following in the stock market, convinced that he would make them all rich. There is no leader anymore. James R. Keene was the last of this class of great operators whose bull-like crushing tactics, supported by much money, swung the market up or down. No one could charge Bernard M. Baruch with making a display of his stock market efforts. Before the congressional committee which investigated the leak of last December, Baruch referred to himself as an investor and speculator in the same manner as any other man would have spoken of his grocery business. He informed the committee, with no more enthusiasm than he might have shown in discussing the weather, that he made $467,000 on the short side of stocks in the month of December. His reasons for selling stocks when he did illustrated the new epoch in speculation. He believed merely that prices were too high. Study of the speculative situation persuaded him that the market was about ready for a break. Jesse Livermore is another operator whose work attracts little attention while he is about it. In a way, Livermore is a relic of the old days, without any of the trimmings. His business is his own affair, and he has never been known to make efforts to influence the market by whispering into the ears of his friends. He harkens back to the past only in the sizes of his purchases and his short selling. Livermore, the story goes, began selling stocks short last November, a month before prices started to move off. Practically every other trader was buying enthusiastically while he was selling short. He sensed the market tendency to head lower and stood unmoved amid a shower of optimistic references. When the break finally came, he is said to have been short of stocks between 50,000 and 60,000 shares, on which a profit running into the hundreds of $1,000s accrued. Baruch and Livermore stand forth as examples of bona fide speculators of the largest caliber. The impression they made on the market of last year, however, was only a fraction of the influence which came from a source which is difficult to characterize either as speculative or investment. A combination of the two might be ascribed to dealings in the war market by the DuPont Group of gunpowder-making millionaires and W.C. Durant of the General Motors Company. Possessed of great and steadily growing incomes, these men put their money to work to great advantage. Buy and hold stocks for an extraordinary rise. About the middle of 1915, Wall Street heard that the DuPonts were putting much of their inflowing wealth into stock of the Baldwin Locomotive Company, the General Motors Company, and the other concerns whose shares, then relatively low, rose to unusual heights in the later frenzy of war speculation. These rumors did not meet with denial, and afterward came reports that great profits had been taken around top levels. Baldwin rose from 26 that year to 154, and General Motors advanced from 82 to 558, going in 1916 to well above 700. Durant, president of General Motors, has the reputation among his friends of possessing imagination, which could make him a leading figure in speculation if he desired to be one. But he has never appeared in the limelight of stock market affairs, although it is known that he has seen tremendous profits accrue on stocks bought at low figures. He buys long before the public sees the speculative merit of the stocks involved. He is said to possess supreme confidence in his own judgment. When he decides to accumulate stocks, he buys them, and no changes in market conditions of a temporary sort disturb him. It is said Durant seldom sells what he buys because his judgment tells him that they are good. This is investment buying. Livermore never commented on what other people said in the newspaper if he could help it, no matter what the press published. He stayed silent on this issue too. Livermore, the mystery man, only hopped up the press more. For the rest of 1917, Livermore did well, except for a lone coffee trade. Livermore saw the prices of all commodities rising as the United States crept closer and closer to what he believed was inevitable: U.S. involvement in the war roaring in Europe. When the United States finally joined the war, commodities rose 100 to 300% in price. The only commodity that did not rise was coffee, so Livermore investigated. The European markets had closed, and now all coffee was being shipped to the United States. The price of coffee was actually below its pre-war level. Livermore felt that the efficient German submarine force would continue to sink freighters, which would eventually stop the flow of coffee into the United States. As a result, prices would rise. It seemed simple enough. Livermore started buying coffee in the winter of 1917. 9 months later, the price was flat, and he closed out his options at a big loss. He went back into the market where he sent out more probes, buying more futures. He still believed he was right. This time he was proven right. The price rose. He increased his positions as the price rose steadily. He was already counting his extra paper millions when he got a big surprise. The people who were on the other side of the coffee market, the short sellers, knew they would take a huge hit when they had to settle up because of the high price. They went to Washington and convinced those in power that the coffee drinkers of America should be protected. They told the Wartime Price-Fixing Committee that Livermore had cornered the entire coffee market and was about to take the prices sky high. The committee immediately fixed on a maximum price and established a limited time to close out all positions in the commodity futures market. The committee also closed the coffee exchange. Livermore did what he was forced to do. He sold out his positions. His millions in profits drained away like a cup of coffee disappearing down a thirsty gullet. The Livermore lesson was explained in the press. America needs its cheap caffeine fix, and the government agrees. But this taught Livermore another valuable lesson. Once again, he was right, but he did not profit from it. So now, he added the unexpected to his list of stock market pitfalls. There was nothing he could do under these conditions but lick his wounds and carry on. There were some things that he could not predict, and therefore he could not guard against them. He could only react. Livermore also was convinced that there was no one powerful enough to control or fix a market for long. If the market was driven to excess in either direction, it would always eventually return to its true value. If a stock was raided, the stock would go only so low before the insiders, who knew its true value, stepped in to buy, joined by astute investors, who also knew a bargain when they saw one. In a free market, the proper price would always eventually be restored. Livermore also came up with a method of watching stocks that had broken badly on the downside. He watched for the rebound. When the stock reached its ultimate decline, its nadir, it would rebound strongly, swiftly, and head back up to prior levels if in fact the break had truly just been a raid and there was nothing inherently wrong with the stock. Conversely, if the stock just languished after the break in price, wallowing along in a tight sideways channel, this was a signal that there might be an inherent weakness in the stock. It would probably keep following the line of least resistance and go down some more. Livermore watched for the deciding move in the trend before he made his own move. Livermore's other stock and commodity trades in 1917 were very successful. Since he was considered the mightiest bear on Wall Street, he often got blamed for price breaks in stocks that looked like bear raids. Because of these price drops, he was also accused of being unpatriotic, regardless of whether he was guilty. Mostly, Livermore concluded, it was an easy way to explain away the erratic movement of a wartime stock market. In October 1917, Livermore was finally legally divorced from Nettie in Reno, Nevada. How did he do it? He simply gave her what she wanted. He gave her his $500,000 personal trust fund and the house he had purchased in Long Island for her, with all its furnishings. He was not worried. He still had millions in his trading account. He was also clear of over $1 million in debt that he had repaid, even though he had had no legal responsibility to do so. He was finally free and clear of all encumbrances, and free to trade on his own terms. Free to enjoy life again. Livermore did not care about the money for Nettie. He let it all go with no angry feelings toward her. He was so sure of his ability to make more money again. He kept his railway car, his rolls, and his yacht. He believed that as long as he had a stake, he would simply eventually make up in the market whatever he had given to her. On December 2, 1918, Livermore married Dorothy Went in the St. Regis Hotel. Magistrate Peter B. Barlow performed the brief ceremony. She was 18, he was 41. She looked beautiful in her wedding dress. He stood tall and straight, his blonde hair slicked back, his black tails fashioned perfectly from the finest cloth, a smile on his face as he slipped the wedding band on her finger. Later in the bridal suite, Dorothy read aloud the inscription inside her wedding band, "Dotsy, forever and ever, JL." Years later, it still made her blush and tingle with excitement. This was a major moment for Livermore. He was happy. This time, unlike 1907, when he had everything going for him only to lose it, he would try to deal properly with his success. He vowed that his hubris, conceit, and vanity would be kept under control. He would not lose his head. He had already plunged into those dark chasms of depression and grief. He would strictly follow his hard-earned rules, his laws for trading the market. He would not be careless and lose his fortune this time. Livermore loved Dorothy. He was ready to settle down and start a family he could be proud of. But he was to find out that, as in his adventure in the coffee market, in life there is the unexpected and then there is the unexpectable. He would come face to face with the unexpectable years later when Dotsy would shoot their son. Chapter 7. Perfecting his market theory. He seldom lives frugally who lives by chance. Samuel Johnson, Life of Dryden. Livermore wanted to supply his young bride Dorothy with everything a woman could desire. The day after they were married, Livermore showed Dorothy their new home, a beautifully furnished townhouse at 8 West 76th Street. It was filled with the best of the best, beautiful rugs from Persia, the finest Wedgwood dishes, and glistening crystal glasses. The works of great artists hung on every wall. The bedrooms were sumptuous, Egyptian cotton sheets, pillows filled with pure goose down and covered in silk cases, and feather-filled duvets. The bathrooms all had new fixtures and fittings, including oversized tubs that still looked small in the huge space. Dorothy was from a well-to-do background, but this overwhelmed her. This was the pure luxury reserved for the very few. She ran from one room to the next, each one better than the last. Livermore stood proudly in the expansive living room, waiting for her to complete her inspection. It was extravagant, but he could easily afford this home. They celebrated with vintage champagne chilled in a silver Tiffany ice bucket, sipped from Waterford crystal glasses. There was nothing too good for his new love, nothing at all. She looked dazzling in the white gossamer cotton dress she wore, imported from Paris. She stood glowing in the New York morning, sunlight streaming through the clear glass of brand-new windows. And when he was not with her, he was doing what he loved, what brought all his nerve endings to life, trading the market. Livermore loved the fact that in trading the market there was no end to the learning process. The game was never over, and he could never know enough to beat the market all the time. The puzzle could never be solved. He had learned this lesson the hard way, and that was why he never considered himself a market master. He always considered himself a market student who occasionally traded correctly. Around this time, on January 2, 1920, Livermore purchased a seat on the New York Curb Exchange for $5,000. It was never clear why he did this, since he was never seen trading on the curb. He was also never seen inside the New York Stock Exchange. Livermore's understanding that he would be a student of the markets all his life was exactly what drew him to the profession. It was never the same. No day was like any other. The market was a fast track where fortunes were made and lost in a heartbeat. Anyone could be a winner if they made the right moves. Among the most mysterious parts of the puzzle were what other people called Livermore's hunches. But these were not impulsive moves as far as he was concerned. They just looked that way to the uninformed observer. His actions were simply a result of his entire, conscious and unconscious, mind at work, distilling facts, churning information, recalling prior events, reacting to current events, watching his fellow traders, and most of all relying on his own judgment, not the judgment of others. All his life, Livermore spent a lot of time trying to understand his subconscious mind, the mind that never sleeps. He studied Freud and Jung. He knew the power and mystery of the inner mind. It was the wellspring of creative expression. It was the land of mystifying dreams. It was free-ranging, pure random access thought. Could the subconscious hold deeper answers? Could it be harnessed? Livermore's swift, seemingly instinctive actions on certain occasions were to become part of his Wall Street legend. People often observed these actions, and many later declared that he acted on a sixth sense, a trader's instinct or gambler's luck, or that he received subliminal messages from the tape, reserved only for him. Livermore himself did not fully understand some of his actions. He had been trading from the age of 14. He was now 27 years of trading, with millions and millions of dollars passing through his accounts. Livermore read Aristotle. He believed the great philosopher's dictum that we are the sum total of our experience. It was this pure, real-life experience, distilled through intellect, that fascinated Livermore. Some people called it intuition. Could it ever be understood, captured on a regular basis? One evening at Bradley's Beach Club in Palm Beach, Livermore was sitting with Ed Bradley for dinner, just the two of them. After dessert, Bradley asked him, "JL, what makes a good stock speculator?" "Ed, that's a funny question. What makes a good gambler? Maybe similar traits." "I think maybe they are a little different, JL." "Well, for a stock speculator, it's an aptitude for the game, a stomach for the ride, and the ability to see what is happening without emotion. The ability to make observations that others don't, and a good memory to remember facts correctly, particularly mathematical facts. Finally, Ed, and most important, is experience. To learn from your experiences is paramount, and you need them all. A speculator could have good powers of observation and memory, but not the experience. Or a trader could have experience, but poor memory or poor observational ability or no mathematical aptitude. A successful trader needs all these characteristics, but the key one, the essential one for sustained success, I believe, is experience. And the stomach for it, Bradley added. Yes, it's not everybody's calling. Not everybody could or should be a speculator. Or a gambler like me, but can you be a little more specific, JL? I'll make it quick. Only speculate if you can make it a full-time job. Don't take tips of any kind, no matter where they come from. Don't worry about catching the tops or bottoms, that's fool's play. Keep the number of stocks you own to a controllable number. It's hard to herd cats and it's hard to track a lot of securities. Take your losses quickly and don't brood about them. Try to learn from them, but mistakes are as inevitable as death. And only make a big move, a real big plunge, when the majority of factors are in your favor. Kinda like holding a royal flush, Ed Bradley smiled. In the market, you very rarely get a sure thing. The market always keeps you on the edge. Gambling too, JL. That's why every once in a while you must go into cash, take a break, take a vacation. Don't try to play the market all the time. It can't be done. Too tough on the emotions. And finally, and I know you'll like this one, Ed, keep some cash in reserve. Like you, Ed, you probably have 100 grand on you right now. 80, Bradley smiled. I have made some of my biggest moves and biggest profits because I had some cash sitting in reserve. Livermore smiled back. Now it's your turn, Ed. What makes a good gambler? Pretty much what you just said, JL. There must be something else. Well, JL, you know I'm a good Catholic and I never discuss religion, but the fear and love of God was put in me by my mother from when I could talk till I was about 12 or 13 and I hit the road. So a good gambler always wants God on his side. Second, you live in a nice gentlemanly world up there on Wall Street. At least no one is beating you up or trying to shoot you, which, sad to say, often happens in the life of a gambler. I believe a man must know the manly art of self-defense, not to be a bully, but so he doesn't ever have to have any fear of another person. The men on Wall Street do all their maiming and killing mentally and financially, Livermore added. Yeah, and through lying, stealing, and cheating, which I will not abide. Bradley sipped his drink and continued. Finally, like the market, you gotta do and love the math. So while others are talking and talking and talking like they always do, you can be thinking and thinking and thinking, figuring the percentages and the probabilities. This will ensure a fella of financial success, like you, JL. Ed, flattery will get you everywhere with me. Livermore raised his old-fashioned and Bradley raised his glass of soda water. They smiled and clinked glasses, the great bear of Wall Street and America's most successful gambler. Livermore's winters in Palm Beach were more than a vacation. They took him away from New York and the market. Even though he often played the market from E.F. Hutton's Palm Beach office, it was different for him because it was a different environment. Plus, the Atlantic Ocean fascinated him. It made him feel small. His life fell into better focus when he got out onto the ocean. Some of his greatest thinking was done fishing, trolling along the 100-fathom bar a few miles off Palm Beach, following the great underwater canyon that ran from Cuba to Nova Scotia, a nautical highway for the great gypsy fish. Or cruising easily on his new Anita Venetian Roman II, heading down to Key West for some tarpon fishing and watching those great Florida Keys sunsets. The ocean was always exciting, ever-changing, and it refreshed his soul. In the 1920s, Livermore made another important discovery that he applied to his trading strategy, industry group movements. He deduced from observation that stocks did not move alone when they moved. They moved in industry groups. If U.S. Steel rose, then sooner or later Bethlehem, Republic, and Crucible would follow along. Livermore observed this time and time again, and it became an important trading tool in his arsenal. As figures 7.1 and 7.2 illustrate, nothing has changed since Livermore's day. The automotive group, here General Motors and Ford, basically moves in lockstep. The group movement premise was quite simple to Livermore. He explained to his son Paul, if the basic reasons are sound for U.S. Steel's business to come into favor in the stock market, then the rest of the steel group should also follow for the same basic reasons. This, of course, also works for the short side of the market. When a group goes out of favor for basic, solid reasons, it will include all the stocks in that industry group. For example, figures 7.3 and 7.4 show companies in the oil patch group. As the price of oil plummeted in the late spring of 1998, stock prices of Transocean and Triton Energy, both offshore oil drillers, plummeted because their profit margins were threatened. In fact, all the oil drillers suffered a steep drop in the price of their stocks. It was also an important clue for Livermore if a particular stock in the favored group did not move up and prosper with the others. This could indicate that the stock was weak or sick, and therefore might be a good short sale. At the very least, a trader should be cautious in buying any stock that does not follow the overall group action. This works in reverse as well. If the group is going down, and one stock is bucking the trend and going up, then the speculator should beware. The only exception to group movement is when a single stock makes up 50% or more of the total sales of the group. Sooner or later, the rest of the group must follow this stock. For example, figures 7.5 and 7.6 show charts for Lucent, a leading telecommunications company, and for the overall telecommunications equipment and service group. It is clear how important the dominant stock is to this group. In fact, in such cases, the leading stock is the group. Livermore believed in trading the market leader, trading the most powerful stock in the group. He didn't look for the bargain, the weak sister. He went with the leader, the anchor of the group. He also noted that this was not always the conventional leader of the group. Occasionally, a smaller, well-managed stock in the group would assume leadership, perhaps with a new product, and knock out the old leader. Livermore observed that entire groups went in and out of favor with each new major bull market. The leading stock groups of one market most likely would not be the leading groups of the next major market. And Livermore followed only the leading groups, because he believed that if he could not make money with the leading active issues and groups, then he would not make money speculating in the market as a whole. It was Livermore's experience that stock group behavior was an important key to overall market direction, a key ignored by most traders, big or small. He believed that groups often provided the key to predicting changes in trends. As favored groups got weaker and collapsed, it usually meant a correction in the market as a whole. This was how he called the market turns in 1907 and 1929. The leaders always rolled over first. Livermore also used this same group action technique in trading commodities. Personally, things were going well for Livermore. In 1919, Dorothy gave birth to a son, Jesse Jr. He and Dorothy talked things over and decided it would be best to bring up their family outside New York City. They went house hunting and eventually settled on Kings Point in Great Neck, on Long Island. The estate they bought, Locust Lawn, sat on 13 acres of beautifully landscaped grounds and was bordered on one side by Long Island Sound. It was more than a century old and had once been a farmhouse. Dorothy enthusiastically took on the project of renovating her new home. Dorothy's mother became her constant companion. She actually had a suite of rooms designed for her mother in the renovated mansion. Dorothy did nothing without first consulting her mother. When they were finished with the designers, they simply went to JL, and he wrote them a check for whatever they wanted. The estate was renovated and soon filled up with antique furniture, beautiful art, exquisite silver, and tapestries. One tapestry, worth over $25,000, was 60 feet long and depicted Greek soldiers and gods in full battle. When Dorothy and her mother were finally finished some 2 years later, the house contained 29 rooms and 12 bathrooms. In the basement was a bar, a playroom, and a full barbershop. There was a full-time live-in barber to shave Livermore and clip his hair every day. JL and Dorothy each had massive walk-in closets and huge bathrooms. Livermore had more than 50 custom-made suits, along with hundreds of ties and custom-made shirts. Livermore stood 5'10½", but he had always wanted to be 6 feet tall, so he had 20 pairs of custom-made elevator shoes that raised his height 1½ inches. When Dorothy, or Mousie, as Livermore now called her, was done with her remodeling, she placed a large brass plaque in one of the front columns and renamed Locust Lawn, Evermore. The dining room table was shiny black walnut and sat 48 for dinner. The kitchen would have been a proud fixture in most hotels. The permanent staff of 4 worked at giant hooded stoves, preparing food retrieved from the massive refrigeration units. Dorothy loved dinner parties where she could shine and be admired, and Livermore loved to participate in his quiet, powerful way. She had as many parties as she could, any excuse, and she threw a party. Even the powder room became a legend, with its huge, perfect magnified mirrors circled by glowing stage lamps, fronted with tufted satin seats, and damask-covered chaise lounges where the women could relax and reapply their makeup while spreading delicious gossip. Livermore loved it all, and he loved the fact that he did not have to do any of the planning or arrange any party details. That was Dorothy's job, and she loved it. Thanks to Dorothy, he made the acquaintance of many people, including many beautiful women and show business people. Unfortunately for Mousie, he had a passion for women in show business. Livermore tried to limit the parties to the weekends when the market was closed. During the week, when the market was open, he followed a strict discipline, like an athlete in training. He went to bed at 10 and was up in the morning no later than 6 for his quiet time, his solitary strategy time. He ate breakfast alone in the nook off the kitchen, where he could see the sprawling lawn that ran down to Long Island Sound and his 300-foot yacht, with its crew of 14, glimmering in the rising sun. He could also see the yachts belonging to his neighbors, Alfred Sloan of General Motors and Walter P. Chrysler, both equal in size to his own. He went to work by himself in his chauffeured Rolls, or in the summer, he took the Chris Craft from his pier to the yacht. Then he would take the yacht into the city. It was about an hour's cruise. After they moved in, Dorothy learned that one of the servants knew how to make beer, and she had a brewery built in the basement. Prohibition was in full bloom. Eventually, Dorothy would go around to the neighboring estates and deliver beer. She would take the orders on Friday night and Saturday morning and deliver the beer in her chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce convertible on Saturday afternoon. Sometimes, she would have Livermore's Rolls trail hers, also stacked with cases of beer for their friends. She had the time of her life, laughing and gossiping with her friends, fielding calls from people like Walter Chrysler, Alfred Sloan, and Charlie Chaplin, as they placed their beer orders and chatted her up. Chaplin would often drop by, play a game of billiards on the imported English billiard table, and pick up his beer. Chaplin played a good game of billiards, and so did Livermore. Chaplin loved Dorothy's humor and would listen to her for hours trying to figure out how she could be so naturally funny. In the living room stood a Steinway grand piano. Livermore loved opera and classical music, and he would often have famous opera singers like Madame Schumann-Heink, Renowned pianists and composers, Broadway stars, and popular singers of the day sing and play at parties. Their existence was romantic and exciting. In 1923, just before the house was completed, Dorothy delivered a second boy, Paul. Livermore had been actively trading for 32 years by 1923. He was 46 years old, but he still had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge about his chosen profession, and he was a constant student of the technical side of the market as well as its psychology. He concluded that there might be millions of minds at work in the market, but there was basically only one psychological pattern that had to be studied and understood. Human nature is fundamentally the same. Later in life, Livermore was asked an important question by his sons, Paul and Jesse. "Dad, why are you good in the market and other people lose all their money?" "Boys, the stock market must be studied, not casually either, but deeply, thoroughly. It's my conclusion that most people pay more care and attention to the purchase of an appliance for their house, or when buying a car, than they do to the purchase of stocks. The stock market, with its allure of easy money and fast action, induces people into foolishness and the careless handling of their hard-earned money, like no other entity. See, the purchase of a stock is simple, easily done by placing your purchase order with a broker, and later a phone call to sell completes the trade. If you profit from this transaction, it appears to be easy money with seemingly no work. You didn't have to get to work by 9 and labor for 8 hours a day. It was simply a paper transaction, requiring no labor. It appears to be an easy way to get rich. Simply buy the stock at $10 and sell it later for more than $10. The more you trade, the more you make. That's how it appears. That's ignorance, and ignorance is dangerous. There's also fear to deal with, which you will find out when you grow up. Fear and violence lie buried just beneath the surface of all normal human life. Fear, like violence, can appear in a single heartbeat, a fast breath in the blink of an eye, the grab of a hand, the noise of a gun. When it appears, natural survival tactics come alive. Normal reasoning is distorted. Reasonable people act unreasonably when they are afraid, and people become afraid when they start to lose money. Their judgment becomes impaired. This is our human nature in this stage of our evolution. It cannot be denied. It must be understood, particularly in trading the market. The unsuccessful investor is best friends with hope, and hope skips along life's path hand in hand with greed when it comes to the stock market. Once a stock trade is entered, hope springs to life. It is human nature to be positive, to hope for the best. Hope is an important survival technique, but hope, like its stock market cousins ignorance, greed, and fear, distorts reason. See, boys, the stock market only deals in facts, in reality, in reason, and the stock market is never wrong. Traders are wrong. Like the spinning of a roulette wheel, the little black ball tells the final outcome, not greed, fear, or hope. The result is objective and final with no appeal. Both boys wondered if the stock market was for them. Was it too dangerous? Should they just leave it to their father? Livermore asked to be given no tips, and he, in turn, gave no tips. He realized that in many cases, tips were offered on a good faith basis by people who really did have the other person's best interest at heart. Tips could come from a relative, a loved one, or a friend who had just made a serious investment and wanted to pass on their good fortune. His motto was simple: all tips are dangerous. They take all different forms. Take none of them. There were tips that were purposely spread to provide false and misleading information. These tips usually concealed an agenda that might never be disclosed. Tips, Livermore knew after years of trading, could come from any source. They could be disguised as real and irrefutable information. A respected banker or an influential person interviewed by the press who had performed well in the past might provide the tip. A well-known insider who had fully disclosed a large position in the stock, or an executive with the company, might provide the tip. And the tip very often made logical sense. An example: our industry has taken a severe beating over the last 2 years, and the public reaction has been overdone. Our current prospects never looked better. I have to say, based on objective valuation, we are the biggest bargain in the stock market right now. There were tips spread by rumors about pending buyouts or mergers. They were easily spread and passed along by the press, often as scoops or exclusives. There were also those who managed vast amounts of money and honestly believed what they were saying and had put their money where their mouths were. They had put up good hard cash to back up their opinions, and they wanted the public to follow suit. Like the old bucket shop saying went, "The only way a stock goes up is if some sucker buys it," said Livermore to his son Paul. "I believe that the public wants to be led, to be instructed, to be told what to do. They want reassurance. They will always move en masse, a mob, a herd, a group, because people want the safety of human company. They are afraid to stand alone because they want to be safely included within the herd, not to be the lone calf standing on the desolate, dangerous, wolf-patrolled prairie of contrary opinion." This is where it gets slightly complicated because I always wanted to trade along the line of least resistance, so I was generally moving along with the crowd, the herd, most of the time. It was when the change in trend started to appear, the change in market direction, that was the most difficult change to catch and act upon. So I was always hunting for the clues to the change. So I was always ready to separate myself from the popular thinking, the group thinking, and go the opposite way. It is the most difficult time in a speculator's trading life. These major changes in trends were hard to catch, but I did not want to ride the sled downhill with the crowd unless I had sold stocks short. With this in mind, I developed 2 rules that I followed all the time. First, do not be invested in the market all the time. There are many times when I have been completely in cash, especially when I was unsure of the direction of the market and waiting for a confirmation of the next move. Whenever I deduced that a change was coming, and I wasn't sure exactly when or how severe the change might be, I cashed in my positions and waited. Second, it is the change in the major trend that hurts most speculators. They simply get caught invested in the wrong direction, on the wrong side of the market. To determine if I was right in my appraisal that a change in market trend was coming, I used small position probes, placing small orders, either buy or sell, depending on the direction of the trend change. I did this to test the correctness of my judgment. There were other factors as well to mark the end of a major market move. There was usually heavy volume, but the prices stalled. They did not go up and make new highs on the leading stocks. There was no strong continuation of the current move. This was a clue, a warning. At the end of a market move, it is usually pure distribution, as stocks go from strong hands to weak hands, from the professionals to the public. It is deceptive to the public who view this heavy volume as the mark of a vibrant, healthy market going through a normal correction, not a top or a bottom. I was always alert to look toward volume indications as a key signal at the end of a major move, either in the entire market or an individual stock. Also, I observed that at the end of a long move, it was not uncommon for stocks to suddenly spike up in a straight shot with heavy volume and then stop, roll at the top, exhausted, and then retreat, never to make a new high before the onslaught of a major correction. This last gasp of heavy volume also provides a great opportunity to sell out any illiquid large holdings. I knew it was foolish to ever try to catch the tops or the bottoms of the moves. It is always better to sell large holdings into an advancing market when there is plenty of volume. The same is true on the short side. You are best to cover the short position after a steep, fast decline. Remember, the most important thing to successful speculation is to determine the direction of the line of least resistance. Put the wind at your back and sail forward easily. Keep the wind out of your face, and when the market hits the doldrums getting nowhere, moving sideways, then get out. Take a break, have some fun, go fishing. Come back into the market when the wind has picked up again, and the sailing is clear and good. Staying out of the action is always difficult for an active trader, but I grew to know it was essential at times to be out of the market. There is nothing more important than your emotional balance. On October 5, 1923, in order to practice his new techniques and theories, Livermore moved his offices uptown from 111 Broadway to 735th Avenue, the Heckscher Building. He designed the offices very carefully. He wanted to be away from the Wall Street atmosphere, out of earshot of any tips. He also wanted to gain more secrecy in his operations and more security, so that no one would know his trades. He hired Harry Edgar Dake as his assistant, a hulking bruiser whose sheer size belied his intelligence. Dake had been in the merchant marines and had traveled the globe many times. He spoke 6 languages, including Latin. He was a voracious reader, knowledgeable in many areas, and a terrific administrator. He ran the office with secrecy and perfection. He was completely loyal to Livermore and very protective. The boys loved Dake. Jesse, Jr., and Paul were enthralled with his magical stories of traveling the 7 seas. He was their unofficial tutor, chauffeur, companion, and bodyguard, especially when they went to Palm Beach. There were no windows in the anteroom of Livermore's new offices, only a few chairs and Dake's desk. Behind Dake was the solid floor-to-ceiling door to Livermore's private offices. There were no signs or identification on any of the doors. When letting someone in to see Livermore, Dake would always first confirm the appointment by intercom. Then he would rise from his desk and use his key to open the door for the visitor. It was a theatrical ritual that Dake performed to show the visitor the difficulty in gaining entrance to the inner sanctum of the great trader's offices. Behind the door was the massive open room with the green chalkboard that ran the entire length of the room. At least 4 markers would be working in silence, each covering a section of the board and responsible for specific active stocks or commodities that Livermore was trading or observing closely. Each marker wore headphones that connected to callers on the floor of the exchange, who would call up the quotes on each individual stock transaction, the bid, asked, and sold price. This gave Livermore an edge on the ticker tape, which was usually delayed at least 15 minutes. Livermore wanted the most current information he could get. He had learned as a young man how important fresh quotes were. If Livermore was active in several stocks or commodities, he would often increase his staff on the chalkboard from 4 to 6. These markers would work all day on the catwalk in silence, only taking a break for lunch, when they would usually be replaced by Dake, so no quotes were lost. These board markers would always track 2 or more stocks in the same group. If Livermore was trading General Motors, he would track Chrysler as well, to observe the group action. In the middle of the office was a massive conference table of shiny mahogany with 8 comfortable leather office armchairs. On the rare occasions when Livermore had guests to his office, he would always sit facing the chalkboard so he could watch the quotes as he listened. Often he would break off the meeting to enter his office and place trades in private. Livermore's private office was very large, with heavy paneling of oak and mahogany. His desk was large, made out of highly polished mahogany. On his desk were in-and-out baskets, a pad and pencil, and nothing else. The entire wall across from the great mahogany desk was clear plate glass, so he could see the market action on the board as it happened. There were also 3 black telephones on his desk. One was a direct wire to London, the second to Paris, and the third to the floor of the Chicago grain pits. Livermore wanted first-hand, fresh information, and he was willing to pay for it. He knew that wars were won on information, intelligence, and that the general with the best intelligence was the general most likely to win. He wanted no rumors of war. He wanted specific, accurate information. Paul Livermore, his son, would often come to this office as he grew up, especially on his summer breaks. He would sometimes be allowed to work the board. The board markers were trained to work with a code. If a stock suddenly had a deep price fluctuation, they would use a secret code to note this on the board. Only the board crew and Livermore knew these codes. This was what Livermore later disclosed as his market key. On occasion, guests in the office would ask, "JL, what are those weird columns on the chalkboard, some kind of hieroglyphics?" "They make perfect sense to me," Livermore would respond. "You want to explain them to me?" "No," he would smile. "If I did, then you would be as smart as I am. Just tell me what to buy and sell and when. Keep it simple for me. You know I never recommend a stock, but I would be glad to tell you whether I believe the market is going up or down." "It always goes up or down, JL. You're right, of course, but the trick is when it is going to go up or down." And what's going to go up or down, JL? Don't forget, it's what stocks are going to go up or down. That's what we all want to know. What stock will rise and when? Anyone who knows the general trend of the market should be able to do well. Whatever you say, JL. Whatever you say. One day, Livermore was sitting in his office talking to his son Paul. "Turn around, Paul, and look at the stock board," Livermore ordered. Paul turned and studied the markers as they moved on the catwalk like well-choreographed dancers. Livermore continued, "You see, son, those markings on that board are as clear to me as a musical score is to a great conductor. I see these symbols as alive, a rhythm, a pulse that makes beautiful music. It all makes perfect sense to me. You see, son, for me the board is alive, like music. We are able to communicate. It's something that has come to me only after years of hard work and practice, not unlike a great conductor of a great orchestra. What I feel when I look at that board can't be shared, any more than a conductor could articulate what he feels when he plays Mozart just the way it should be played. The board and those men are playing a symphony to me, a symphony of money that sings to me, that makes love to me, that envelops me in its song." Paul studied his father and he believed every word. It was a rare moment for Paul to get so intimate with his father, who was so private, stingy with his emotions, frugal with his love.
Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We truly appreciate your time and support. If you enjoyed the content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and share it with others who may also benefit from it. Your support helps us bring more great audiobooks and learning resources to you.